Hello everyone and welcome to the linuxin.com's YouTube channel. In this video we are going to learn about Bash, which is a Unix shell and command language written by Brian Fox for the GNU operating systems. The name is acronym for the Born Again Shell upon on Stephen Born, the author of the direct ancestor of the current Unix shell SH. And we are going to try around 200 plus most important and most used Bash examples right away, and after watching this around 5 hours video, you would definitely have a solid grip and command over Bash. So without wasting a single unit of time, let's get started with the examples.
Alright, so the first script that we're gonna do is gonna be the simple hello world script. So first of all, in order to write a Bash script, what you have to do is that you have to have a file with an extension of .sh, which means that it has to represent a shell format. Okay, so what we're gonna do is that first of all you're gonna open up your terminal, and what we're gonna do is that we're gonna create a text file using our terminal. So first of all you write here cd and you write here desktop, because we will go to on our desktop and here we are going to create that one script file. Okay, so here I would write here touch and let's write here first script.sh. Okay, so when we write that, here you can see that we have first script.sh file. So if I click on it, if I open it up, you can see that this is an empty file. So first of all, in order to create it as a Bash script, you have to write here this thing hash and then exclamation mark, and then you have to write here /bin/bash. Okay, so whenever the terminal or the interpreter is gonna come and it's gonna read the file, it's going to identify this file using this one simple line. All right, so now you hit enter, you come to the next line, and here simple as that, you're gonna write here echo, and then you're gonna write here double quotes, and here you're gonna write here hello world. Okay, so it's pretty obvious that echo is being a print command here, and when you will run your Bash script, it would basically print it out, right? So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna save it, and if I go back here and if I try to run this script right now, it won't run. Okay, and why it won't run? Because if I do something like this ls-l and if I hit enter here, you can see that the permissions of this first script.sh, it's read and write, read and read. Okay, there is no form of executable permissions for this file, and on top of that, if you see here, the color of this file here written is white, right? So the executable files, they would have a green color, something like this. Okay, so now what we need to do is that we need to change the permissions of this file. And how do we do that? So we just write here chmod +x, and then we'd write here the name of the first script.sh, and we hit enter. You can see that it has not given us any errors, which mean that it has worked, and now the first script.sh file has actually become executable. So how can I double check it? I would just write here ls and then space -l. I hit enter, and you can see that executable permissions have been added to all groups. Okay, so this one is basically owners group, this one is a group, and this one is a public group. Okay, so this one is owner permission, this one is group permission, and this one is public permission. So now what we can do is that we can just clear the screen of the terminal, and what I can do is that I can run the script right now. Okay, so what I would do, I would just simply write here // and then I would just write here first script.sh, and now if I hit enter, you can see that it has printed out hello world successfully, right? So this was our first script, which was simple hello world script. Okay, so now let's move on to our next script, which is essentially echo command without new line. So how do we do that? For that, we'd use -n option with echo. Okay, so what we're gonna do is that we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna go to our script. Okay, so this is our first script.sh file, which is our scripting file essentially. So what we can do is that we can add here -n option, and then we just write here hello. And we come to the next line. Here we also have an echo here. We write here word. All right. We come to the next line, and here we also have echo, and here we use -n option, and here we write here no, and in the fourth line we write here echo, and then we write here Newlines. Okay, so the thing is that when we basically save it and we go to our terminal, we try to run this. Okay, so let me just clear it and I run my first script. Here you can see that it has not given us any new lines because of the -n option. So when I was writing hello, echo hello and echo world, it was supposed to be printed out in the next line. All right, but because of the echo -n option, it has not printed it on the next line. Rather, it has printed them on the same line. So let me show you that as well. So for example, if I remove this -n from here, and if I also remove this -n from here, and if I now save my script, go ahead, run it, you can see that everything has been printed out in the separate line. Okay, so that was the concept of no new lines with the usage of -n in echo. Okay, so now let's move on to our next script, which is essentially string concatenation with echo. So how do we do that? So first of all, what we would do would go to our script, and let me just remove all of that we have written here previously, and now we're going to write here echo, and here let's say we write here 1, here let's say we write here 2, and here let's say we write here 3. So now you can see that these are multiple strings in one single line with the help of echo that we are trying to print out, right? So now if I save this simply, I go right ahead to my terminal, and let me just clear it. I try to run my script, and here you can see that we have printed out 3 strings successfully with the help of echo. And here, if you go here to my script, you can see that I have written 3 separate strings in a single line. So the other way to do that would be that you have to write separate echo commands, but you don't need to do that, as you can do that with one single echo command as well. And here I can add multiple strings. Okay, the number is not basically restricted to 3. You can have 4 strings as well, you can have 5 strings as well. It totally depends upon you. Okay, so if I save it, I go right ahead, I try to run my script again, you can see that we have 1 2 3 4 5. All right, so that was our third script. Okay, so now let's move on to our next script, which is essentially string continuation character. Okay, so for example, if we go to our old script that we have here 1 2 3 4 5 strings. So if let's say that in case you have multiple strings and that cannot be fit on a single line, then in that case what you can do is that you can put here a backslash, which means that the string is basically continued right now. So here, by putting that backslash, either even if you write that the other strings on the next line, it would consider it the part of the same line. So if I save it, Control S, I go back to my terminal, and if I try to run it, you can see that still we are getting the same output with no difference. So for example, if I write here 6 like this, if I save it, if I go back here, you can see that it is printing out till 6 strings. So if I remove this backslash for some reason, if I save it, if I go back, you can see that it is giving me some kind of error because it is not recognizing the strings on the next line, right? So for that, we have this string continuation character, which is essentially backslash. So if I save it again, go back here, try to run my script, you can see that all 6 strings have been printed out. Okay, so now let's move on to our next script, which is essentially echo with tab characters. So if we go back to our script, we have here 1 2 3 4 5 6 strings. So let me just remove all of them, and let's only have 3 or 4 strings, let's say. And let's say that you just want to have all of them inside single quotes, right? You don't want to have, multiple quotes for that. So for that, what we would do would just remove these double quotes. And now here you can see that we have 1 2 3 4. Okay. But the problem is that it's going to consider it as one string, okay, inside these single double quotes, right? So what we can do is that we can use here the tab character, and also we need to use -e flag to enable / interpretation. Okay, so how do we do that? So for that, you would just write here echo -e, and then you would just write here 1, then you'd write here /t, and then for 3 you would also write here /t, and then for 4 you'd also write here /t. Okay, so now if you save it, you go back to your terminal and you try to run your script, you can see that it has written here 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, all 4 strings have been printed out, and also it has basically printed them out with the exception of the spacing here, if you can see. So that space is equivalent to 1 tab. And how that has happened? It has happened because of that /t character that we have put here. Okay, hope you've got the point, you have understood it. So now let's move on to our next script. Okay, so now let's move on to our next script, which is echo with Newline Characters. Okay, so for that, what we would do would just simply go back to our script, and here we'd keep this -e flag. Okay, so that's where we're going to use / with n. Okay, so when we use that here, you would see that it would perform the similar functionality as we were doing it with the /t. Okay, /t for the tab and /n is for the new line. All right, so if we save it, press Ctrl S or click this save button and go back to your terminal, try to run this. Here you can see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, each on a separate line, while previously we had it with the tab spacing while we were using /t. Okay, so for /n, it would take your string, the next string, to the next line. For /t, it would create a space equivalent to a tab between the first and the last string. Okay, so and in between you would have that / character. All right, hope you've got the point. Okay, so now let's move on to our next script, which is essentially echo with -x to display all the commands. So how do we do that? So we go back here. First of all, the right question to ask would be that why do we need to display all the commands? So the idea is that it would be useful for printing all commands, executing in script, and hence you can see the progress. Okay, so that's why it is pretty useful. So now let's go ahead in our script and let's try to write here, let's say, let me try to write everything here separately. So for that, let me just remove all of that. We just write here echo 1, then we write here echo, we write here 2, then we write here echo, and then we write here 3 basically. Okay, so one thing that we need to do is that we need to write here -x or -x at the top of the script where we have /bin/bash written. Okay, so we just write here -x, and all of that would change for us the execution of this script, and this script is going to display us the progress and all the commands written inside the script as well. So we just write here Ctrl S, or we can hit the save button. We go back to our terminal. Let me just clear it. We try to run our script, and here you can see that it is basically displaying you each and every command and the output of that. Okay, so in this case the output and the commands both were simple, so we've got directly to it and we've got the result. But when you're writing more complex commands, maybe it would take a while and you can observe the progress. Okay, so here it shows that echo 1, that was the command that was first executed. Then we have echo 2, that was the command that was secondly executed. And then we have echo 3, which was thirdly executed. Okay, so that was the whole progress and whole procedure. And it has shown us that this was the step-by-step procedure that a command was executed. Okay, so hope you've got the point. Okay, so now let's move on to our next script, which is script number 8, and it's printing strings that contain single quotes. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's go to our script, And here we'll use this echo. Let me just remove all of that, and also let me just remove this -x because we don't want to observe the progress of the commands. So the only case where you want to observe the progress of the command, you're just going to write your -x, okay, like this. So right here you can see that we have here echo. So we write here welcome to Joe's barbecue. Okay, so here you can see that we have single quote within the string, and that is basically enclosed in the double quotes. So let's see if it works fine with the echo. So we'll just save it and we go back here in the terminal. We try to run our script and you can see that it says welcome to Joe's barbecue. So in echo, in bash scripting, the single quote within the double quotes works just fine. Okay, hope you got the point. Okay, so now let's move on to our next script, which is script number 9. And here you can see that it says printing strings that contain double quotes. Okay, so first of all, in the script number 8, we have done that thing with the single quotes and it works just fine. And now let's see if it works fine with the double quotes as well. So for example, here we write here, let's say my favorite movie is, let's write here double quotes and let's write here limitless. Okay, so I'm not sure if it's gonna work same. I think it would work. So let's just go ahead and let's try it. So we press here Control S, we go back to our terminal, we try to run it, and you can see that it has printed out my favorite movie is limitless. So now if I go back to my terminal and if I try to run it, here you can see that it is printing out my favorite movie is limitless, but it is not printing out double quotes because I put double quotes with limitless. So how do we make sure that those double quotes appear in the output as well? So for that, what we can do is that we can use backslash, and we can use the backslash like this. So we just write here backslash here, and then we write here a backslash here. So it means that now it is going to print it out. Okay, so we just save it, we go back here, we try to run our script, and here you can see that it says my favorite movie is limitless, and now it has also printed out the double quotes as well. So for single quotes you don't need to do anything, but for double quotes you need to put backslash twice, once where the string is starting before the double quote, okay, and the second backslash you're gonna put here just before where the double quotes are ending. Okay, so hope you've got the point. Okay, so now let's move on to our next script, which is script number 10, and here we'll see that how to write a file from inside a script. That is also possible. So how do we do that? We go to our script here, and let's say that we have this echo my favorite movie is limitless. So what if I want to print this out inside another file, which means that I want to write this entire thing into another file. So for that, what I would do, I would just write here something like this, the angle bracket that focuses towards the echo statement, and then in here I'm just going to write here the file name, which could be anything. So I just write here file.txt. Okay, so if I save it and if I basically go ahead, try to run my script, first of all let me show you that how many files on our desktop we have. We only have one file, which is essentially firstscript.sh. So now if we run our script here and if we ls here, you can see that we have two files. One is file.txt that have been created, and if I open that file.txt in the nano editor, then you can see that we have my favorite movie is limitless. So that's how we have created a file within a script. So if you want to go ahead to your terminal, or maybe if you want to go out of your terminal and if you really want to go to your desktop here, and if you want to open that file from here in the gedit editor, you can see that it has my favorite movie is Limitless. So that's how you write a file from within a script. Hope you've got the point. Okay, so now let's move on to our next script, which is overwrite to a file from inside a script. So that is not difficult at all. All you have to do is that you have to go back to your script, and in order to overwrite, what you can do is that you can basically write another echo command, but here you would write it on the next line. So what would happen is that whatever you would have in the next line or the last line, that would be overwritten over the previously written line. Okay, so for example, the first line was my favorite movie is Limitless, so I could change it and I could have here that my favorite book is Think and Grow Rich. Okay, so what happens is that now if I save it, I go back to my terminal and I try to run my script basically. Okay, I hit enter and you can see that it has not given us any errors, which means that our script was actually it was running successfully previously, and now it has given us an output. So the output is on our desktop where we have that file. So we'll just go right ahead, we'd open up our file.txt, and here you can see that instead of having my favorite movie is Limitless, now we have my favorite book is Think and Grow Rich. So that's how you basically overwrite a line in the script, using the script inside a file. Hope you've liked it. Okay, so now let's move on to our next script, which is essentially append to a file from inside the script. So how do we do that? So what we would do, we'd just go right ahead in our script, and now what we want to do is that instead of overwriting, we want to append. So how do we append multiple lines over each other? So for example, if I want to append this line instead of overwriting it, what I would do that I would just put here double angle brackets in the same direction facing towards the echo statement. All right, so if I want to add another line, append another line, I could do that. So what I would do, I would just simply copy this line, I would have here, and instead of like my favorite book, now I could write here my favorite car, and I could write here my favorite car is Range Rover. Okay, so actually that is an SUV to be specific. So I would just write here my favorite SUV is Range Rover. All right, so now you can see that we have these three lines, and these two lines, instead of overriding the first line, now it would basically append them. So how do we know that it has appended successfully or not? So we save it, we go right ahead to our terminal, and we try to run our script. It has given us no errors, which mean that our script has run successfully. In order to see the output, would go back to our desktop where our file.txt resides. So here you can see that instead of overwriting, now it has appended successfully. So first line is my favorite movie is Limitless, my favorite book is Think and Grow Rich, my favorite SUV is Range Rover. So these are the three lines that we have added to this text file successfully. Hope you have got the point. Alright, so now let's move on to single line comments. This is our topic for next script. So what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna go to my program or the script, and I'm gonna comment every line individually. So how do we do that? So for example, let's say that if I want to append this second line, which is an echo statement which states my favorite book is Think and Grow Rich, and it gets appended into file.txt. If I want to comment it, so how do I do that? I would just go right ahead in the beginning of this line, and I would just put this hash sign, and you can see that the color of this line has changed to blue, right? So all I have to do is I have to save it. So a comment is basically something that has no impact in your code or in your script. So it is just there for usually the things that don't matter and you don't want to have them any impact on your code. So usually the usual use of comments is for programmers who are writing the code, and they are basically writing the logic of the code so that when some other programmer see that code, he could understand it quite easily. So that is the basic purpose of the comments. But if you want to keep some of the code and you might want to use that in the later periods of time, you can basically simply comment it like we have done here, right? So comment has no impact. So if I save it, if I go back to my terminal, if I try to run my script, and if I go back to my desktop and I try to open that file now, you would be able to see that now I have only two lines. My favorite movie is Limitless and my favorite SUV is Range Rover, and the middle line, the echo statement for the book, is nowhere to be found, right? So in the same way, you can comment other lines as well. So this is basically the topic of the single line comments. Hope you liked it. Okay, so now let's move on to our next script topic, which is essentially comments from middle of the line. So that is very interesting, and it is possible. So for example, if you want to comment your script from the middle of the line, you can also do it. So if we go back to our script here, which is essentially firstscript.sh, and let's say that instead of like comment from the beginning, I want to comment this line right from here. So now what would happen, that instead of appending it to the file, it would just echo that statement into your terminal, okay? Because I have commented the rest of the line, and the rest of the line, when I say, I mean that the part where it would append that into the file, right? So the other two statements, the other two lines would still be appended in the file, okay? So now if I basically save it, I go right ahead to my terminal and I try to run my script. Here you can see that in the terminal, it got printed out, right? The echo statement that my favorite book is Think and Grow Rich. And if I go back to the file.txt, those two lines would still be appended in there, okay? So if I open it up, there you can see that those two lines are here. So if I want to comment the third line, I can also do that. So let's say that I want to save this line to the file, or if I want to append this line to the file, and the third line, I don't want to append it, and I want to basically print it out in the terminal. So I can just simply comment this, and now instead of appending the third line, it would append the second line, and third line would be printed out in the terminal. So if I go ahead, save it, go back to my terminal, try to run it, here you can see that now it is printing out my favorite SUV is Range Rover, and the top two lines have been, they are in the other file, which is essentially file.txt. So if I nano it, here you can see that we have my favorite movie is Limitless and my favorite book is Think and Grow Rich. Hope you've got the point. Okay, so now let's move on to our next script, which is multi-line comments using Heredocs. So multi-line comments, in which you can, previously we have seen that how you can have one line comment, and we have also seen that how you can comment the line from the middle. Now let's see that how we can actually comment multiple lines at once. So what you can do is that you can go to your script where you have written it. So now we'd basically comment all of that using the Heredocs, okay? So let's say that if I want to comment these two lines, what I can do is that I can have a Heredoc here. So let's name this Heredoc as, let's call it Linux hint message, and you can name it by the way whatever you want, okay? So I would call it that, and then let's say I want to comment these two lines. So what I can do is that I can basically end it right here. So I would just write here Linux hint, and it would understand that here that comment thing has ended, okay? So whatever I would write inside here, that would be considered as a comment, and you know, these could be like multiple line comments, okay? So this is a comment. All right, so hope you have got the point. So this is how you use Heredoc, and you can comment down multiple lines. And now if I want to test it, I would just save it. I would just go right ahead to my terminal. I would try to run my script. you can see that there are no errors. And if I try to open that file that was on my desktop, right, so I can do that. So I would just write here nanofile.txt, and here you can see that we have my favorite SUV is range shower, because we are basically appending it. So if I don't append it and I want to overwrite it, so now you would see that this thing would change. So let me just go back. I try to run my script again, and I nano it, and here you can see that when I go inside the file, we have only one line here, and all the other lines have been commented successfully. Hope you've got the point. Okay, so now let's move on to our next topic of the script, which is essentially simple variable usage. So how do we do that? So for that, what we would have is that we would go to our script where we have written it. Let me just remove all of that because we are just going to create a new variable. So in order to create a new variable in Bash, all you have to do is that you have to write a variable name, then you put an equal sign here, and then inside the double quotes you write the value if your value is the string, or if it is an integer you write it without the double quotes. So the idea is that the variable is going to automatically detect the data type of your data that you're providing. So for example, here I have the variable named as var, and inside of that I'm just gonna give it a string like hello world, and then I go to the next line and then I echo it, and then we have here variable var. Okay, so now what would happen is that basically if you take a look here, I am printing out, or I am echoing the variable here essentially, which is var. But if you take a look at the above line, we have hello world saved inside the variable, which means that equal sign here defines that hello world is being assigned to the var variable. So var variable represents that specific string that I'm giving it to. Okay, so when I would echo var, it would basically print out the value that it has stored inside. So let's go ahead and let's check it out. So I save it, I go to my terminal, and here let me just clear it, and I try to run my script. So when I run it, you can see that it has printed out hello world. But if you take a look at the script, I have not directly printed out hello world. Instead, I have saved it in a simple variable, and I have used that variable to print it out. Hope you've got the point. Okay, so now let's move on to our next script, which is essentially multi-word variables combinations with code. So what we're gonna have is that we're gonna have variables that are going to have multiple strings or multiple words in it, or one string, excuse me. And what we're gonna do is that we're gonna combine those two strings which would have multiple words inside each string. Okay, so that's gonna be fun and that's gonna be interesting, right? So what we're gonna do is that we're gonna go back to our script. Let me just remove all of that. So let's say that I have here a variable named as a, and inside variable I have this is a car. Okay, so this is one string. Then we have another string which says b, and it says this is a Mercedes. Okay, so you know we have two strings which have multiple variables, multiple words, excuse me. And now if we want to combine them, what we can do is that let's say we have another variable named as c, and inside c we want to combine these two variables. So we'll just write here inside the double quotes we'll have a $sign, and in here in the curly braces we have a, and then we'll just write down here $sign, and in the curly braces we'll just write b. So now basically what we have done is that we have combined a and b inside the double quotes within c. So everything that we have in a and b, that would be combined and stored in the variable c. All right, so how do we know that? We'll just go right ahead and we'll just basically echo the variable c here. Okay, so now if we basically save it, We go right ahead to our terminal. We try to run our script. Here you can see that we have, this is a car, this is a Mercedes. So you can see that we have both lines in a single line concatenated or combined, and we have it as a result. So you can see that I am echoing here only the C variable, and if you go one line up here, you are able to see that inside the C we have two variables, A and B, and if you go one line up more, you'd see that we have A and B variable. Inside A we have this is a car, and inside B we have this is a Mercedes. So if we would have, echoed them separately, it would have given these two lines on separate lines, but here you can see that we have combined them inside the C variable, and we have echoed C variable successfully, and when we have run the script, we have got the result. This is a car, this is a Mercedes. Hope you've got the point. Okay, so now let's move on to our next topic of the script, which is home variable. So let's talk about this variable. So in the script, we are going to show you that how you can use this home variable by translating it. So home variable is a built-in variable that stores the credential of your system, and we're going to write a script. We're going to basically echo it, and then also we're going to ls it, because home variable has a specific path which we would have nested here. Okay, so let's go ahead, let's remove this entire script that we have here, and now we're gonna have here a variable. Let's call it variable path, and we write here an equal sign, and here we have this home variable with a $sign. Okay, so whatever the home variable has inside of it, it's going to be stored into the variable called as variable path. So now what I can do is that I can echo this variable path variable as well. So I write here a $sign, then I write here variable path. All right, so now once I have done this, what I can do is that I can go to the next line, and I can also ls it. So by ls, I mean that I'm gonna ls this home variable. So home variable actually has some kind of path, right? So I'll just write here variable path. I'll basically save it. I go back to my terminal, and now I run my script, and here you can see that the home variable, it has /home/linuxint, which is essentially my username. So if we go to ls, if we do ls to this home variable, which means if we do ls with /home/linuxint, these are the results that we would get. These are some of the folders that I have in my home directory. Desktop, downloads, music, public, videos, documents, pictures, etc. Okay, so these are the folders that we have here. So that is the usage of home variable. So if I just remove this ls down here, or let's say if I comment it, what would happen? So it would only print out the path. So you can see that it has printed out the path, which is essentially /home/linuxint. Okay, so if I uncomment it, it would also ls or enlist everything that we have on that path, right, like this. Okay, hope you have got the point. Okay, so now let's move on to our next script, which is essentially user variable. So we're going to talk about user variable, and we are going to translate it. Okay, so for that, what we would do, would just go back to the script, and we do the same thing here. So instead of having a variable path, what we can do is that we can call it a simple variable, and inside of that we can have that user variable. So with a $sign, I would write here user, and then inside the echo here, I would just write here $sign, and then I would write here var. Okay, so yeah, that is it. So if we save it, we go back to our terminal, and we try to run our script, you can see that the user variable prints out linuxint, which is basically the username. Okay, so this user is a built-in variable which would have stored inside of it the username. Okay, so that we were able to print it out. Hope you've got the point. Okay, so now let's move on to our next topic, which is essentially host name variable. So the idea is that host name variable is gonna be the same as the user variable. So let's go ahead and let's give it a go. So what we're gonna do is that instead of having here the user, we'd just have here host name. We'd write here, it gets stored into the variable var, and then we basically echo it. So when we'll echo it, we'll basically save it. We go back to our terminal, we try to run our script, and you can see that it is giving us the same result as Linuxint. Okay, so the host is also Linuxint and the user is also Linuxint in my cases, but in your case it could be different. Okay, hope you have got the point. Alright, so now let's move on to our next script, which is essentially echo home variable with escape to avoid expansion. So the idea is that this home variable, if I go back to my script, if I write here home variable, what's going to happen is that it is going to print out the value which is inside of that variable, and which is essentially /home/Linuxint, which you could see on your screen right now. So the idea is that what if I want to print it out as a literal? What if I want to print out that $home as it is? So for that, what I have to do is that I would use this \escaping, which would help me to avoid this expansion of this home variable. Okay, so what I would do, I would basically save my script. I go to my terminal and I try to run the script, and here you can see that the literal home variable is there as it is. Okay, so this \escaping is used to escape embedded double quotes and dollar signs or instances like that, you know, those instances which have to be treated as literals. Okay, so that's where this backward /escaping helps us. Okay, hope you've got the point. Okay, so now let's move on to our next topic, which is topic number 22, writing to file in home directory using home environment variable. So the idea is that what we're going to do is that we're going to use this home variable which actually have the value or the address of the home directory. So we're going to go to that directory, we're going to create a file virtually using a script, and then when we'll create that file, we write some content into the file, and finally we display it using the cat command. Okay, so let's go ahead, let's go into the script and let's see how do we do that. So first of all, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to access the home directory using cd, and then I'm going to use the home variable instead of the home path. Okay, so this home variable contains the value something like /home/user. So whatever your username is. Now, once we have accessed the home variable, now what I want to do is that I want to create a file here, which would basically do nothing, but it would have something in value in it. Let's say I write content here like I like Range Rover. Okay, so this is something, a simple line that I have written, and let's say that I write it in a file which I call test.txt. Okay, so this is a file that I want to create in the home directory, and once I would create that, I want to make sure that if that content I like Range Rover has been successfully written in the test.txt file or not. So for that I would just write here cat command, and then I would write here cat and then I write here the file name, which is essentially test.txt. So now I'll just save it. I'll go right ahead into the terminal. First of all, let me show you the contents of the home directory. You can see that we don't have any test.txt file here right now. So what we can do is that we can run our script here. But the name of our script is firstscript.sh. So we hit enter, and you can see that first of all, it took it to the home directory. Then it has written this I like Range Rover inside this test.txt file, and then finally it has printed it out. Here you can see that I like Range Rover. So now if I ls the home variable, you can see that we have test.txt file here finally, which wasn't here previously. Okay, so I hope you have got the point. So now if you want to manually check
the test.text. You can also cat here. Oh, excuse me. First of all, what you have to do is that you have to go to the home directory first. So once you are there, now you need to do this cat.test.text, and you can see that we have I like range over here. Hope you have liked it. Hope you have understood this better. Okay, so now let's move on to our next topic, which is essentially simple touch command. So the idea is that touch command is used to create simple text files. So that's what we're gonna do in here. So we'll go back into our script, and in here we're gonna write here touch, which is a command that basically creates a text file. So we're gonna call it file touch.text. Okay. So once we have created that, we want to ls so that we could show that this file has been created successfully. So we save it, we go back to our terminal. Now let me just clear it. So first of all, I'm going to ls here. We are in the home directory right now. We need to go to our desktop directory because that's where our script resides. And until and unless you're not in the exact directory, you have to, write down the entire path towards the script. So in order to avoid that, we'll just be directly in the directory where the script resides. So now what we're going to do is that we're going to run our script. But before that, let me show you. If I ls here, you can see that we have three files here. One is the text file, okay, file.text. Other one is the script itself. And the third one is the .odt equivalent to the Word file that we have of the LibreOffice writer. Okay, so right now we don't have any touch file here, as you can see. So what we're going to do is that we're going to run our script, which is essentially first script.sh. So if I hit enter here, now you can see that file touch.txt has been created with the help of this running this first script.sh. So if I now ls again, you can see that we have file touch.text, and we had used this ls inside the script as well. In the similar way, you can create as many files using the touch command as you want. Okay, that's not a problem. So that was fairly simple. I hope you have understood it. Let's move on to our next topic, which is essentially create a symbol link, write to that linked file, and cat that linked file. So the idea is that what we're going to do is that we are going to create a file, and we are going to create a link to that file, and that link basically is nothing but a copy of that file. Okay, so once we have made the copy of that file, then we're going to basically cat the file, the link basically, which would essentially cat the file. So whatever the contents of the file are, they're going to be shown using the link file. Okay, so first of all, on our desktop, that's where we are. So if we ls here, we have file.text. So let's say we want to create a link to that. So first of all, let me see that what we have inside the cat file.text. So we have this my favorite SUV is Range Rover. Okay, so that is file.text. So what we're going to do is that we're going to create a link of that in our script. So first of all, we'll go to our script, and in here we're going to write a command ln, which would basically create a link. Then we're going to save it using the -s flag. Then we're going to write the file name, which is essentially file.text, and then we're going to write here the link name. Okay, so let's call it link1. So now once the link has been created, we want to ls it. We will show you that if the link has been created or not. So once we have done that, so now what I want to do is that I want to add something to this file. So what I would do, I would write here echo. So I'll write here, now I am writing inside the link1. So remember that link1 is nothing but the copy of file.text. And what we're going to do is that we're going to go ahead and we're going to basically append it inside the link1, excuse me. So once we have done that, so now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to basically cat the link1. So that is it. First we have created the link of the file.text, then we have ls it to show you if the link has been created in the directory or not. So once we have done that, we have added one line to the link one, which means that we have added one line to file.text essentially, and then we have basically cat it using the cat command, so which means that it would display the contents of the link one. So if we save it, so after saving it, go back to your terminal, try to run your script here. So first of all, let me ls here and show you that what we have here. So now I would basically run my script, which is essentially firstscript.sh. So if I hit enter here, you can see that we have, my favorite SUV is ranged over, and now I'm writing in the link one. So this is the copy of the file one, essentially link one. And in the ls here, you can see that previously link one was not here, okay? But now link one exists here, which means that we have successfully created the link one, which is essentially the copy of file.text. So when we added something, now I'm writing inside the link one, essentially I have added or appended this line inside the file.text, and when we access the link one, we essentially access the file.text as well. I hope you've got the point, you have understood it. That was fairly simple. Alright guys, so now let's move on to our next script, which is essentially chmod command, and we're gonna see specifically that how we can make the file executable using this chmod command. Alright, so for that what we're gonna do is that we're gonna go back to our script, and before we go back to our script, let me just go ahead to our terminal. Let me just ls here. You can see that we have these files in here, so let me just clear it. What I do here, that I create another file named as, let's call it script1.sh, okay? So now if I ls here, you can see that firstscript.sh, this thing is executable. However, if you take a look at this script1.sh, this is not right now executable, okay? Because of the colors. So if you want to check in detail, you can also do that, ls-al. So if you go here, if you take a look at this script.sh, and if you look at the permissions, we have read, write, executable permissions, okay? So for all of that, we have executable permissions, and that's why the color of this script is also green. And if you go here, script1.sh, and if you take a look at the permissions here, we only have read and write permission to the owner. The groups have only read permission, and the public have also only the read permission. Alright, so what we want to do is that we want to add the permissions, the executable permission, to this script1.sh using, I repeat, using the chmod command. Alright, so what we're going to do is that we're going to go to our script here, and in here we are going to write a piece of code, a small piece of code, or a simple command, chmod. Then we're going to write here +x because we want to add the executable permissions. So once we have done that, now what we're going to do is that we are going to write here script1.sh, which is essentially the name of the script. So now if I basically save it, we go back, we try to run our script, and we hit enter. You can see that it has not given us any errors, which means that our command has been successfully executed, and now this script1.sh has become executable. So we can check it by writing here ls-al. If we hit enter, you can see that now if we observe this script1.sh right here, we have added executable permission to it successfully. Okay, so hope you have got the point.
Alright, so now let's move on to our next script, in which we're gonna use chmod command to make the file not writable, and then we're gonna try to write in it. Alright, so for that what we would do, that we'd go back to our script here, and in here we're gonna write something like, we're gonna write here chmod -w, and then we're gonna write here the file name on which we want to apply this, and we want to make it non-writable. So for that what we would do, we'd go to our terminal, we'd change the directory to the desktop, and in here on my desktop, I'm just gonna clear it first, and now I'm gonna ls here. So you can see that we have plenty of files here, and let's say that this is file.txt, right? So if I go ahead and if I open it in nano, let's say file.txt, right? So you can see that it has pretty much writable permissions, and if I like save this right here, I'd be able to save it. You can see that HA has been saved in the file. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to take away the write permissions of this file.txt. So if I do this thing right here, you can see that this file.txt, it has the write permissions for the owner W here, right? So what we're gonna do is that we're gonna go to our script, and in here we're gonna type here the file name, which is essentially file.txt. All right, so we save this thing here, we go back to our terminal and we try to run our script, which is essentially first script.sh. all right, so we hit run, and you can see that it has not given us any errors, which mean that the script has run successfully. So we'll just clear it, and now here we are going to write here ls-al. We hit enter, and you can see that this is file.txt, and now we cannot see the write permissions here. All right, so now let's try to nano it. Let's try to open this thing, and here you can see that we have HA, and here you can see that we have file.txt is unwritable, right? So it is unwritable, and let's say if I try to write something, it is being written here, but when I try to save it, let's say, you can see that it says error writing file.txt, permission denied. All right, so if I come out of here, yes, I want to modify it, you can see that the permission has been denied. All right, so let's say that if I go back again in the file, you can see that there are no extra characters that I had added previously. So that's how you make the file unwritable, and that's how even if we are trying to write something in it, we can't. All right, so now we're gonna move on to our next script, which is chown file. Okay, so in this script, what we're going to do is that we're going to change owner of the file from one user to another, and before and after we're going to run an ls command. All right, so let's go ahead to our terminal, and in here we're going to run here ls. So here you can see that we have the users here, user, and the group here. So you can see that for all the files we have the user as the Linux int and the group as the Linux int as well. So what if I want to change some file from the Linux int to another user? Okay, so how do we do that? So let's say that I pick up this file.txt, and I want to change the owner of this file. So for that I would write a simple script. I'll go to my bash script, and in here instead of chmod, I'm gonna write here chown, which means change owner, and here I'm gonna write here the user, which is the user that we have created. If you don't have a user, or if you want to create a new user, you can create it by simply writing here sudo add user, and then here the username, which is essentially Bob. So I have already added it, so let's go ahead and let's try that. So we'll just write here chmod Bob, and then we're gonna write here the file name, which is essentially file.txt. All right, so we want to assign this file.txt to Bob instead of Linux int. So let's see what happens. So we save it, we go back to our terminal, and we try to run this piece of code. So we just write here /, and then we write here first script.sh. We hit enter, and you can see that it says changing ownership of file.txt operation not permitted. So what we're gonna do is that we're gonna have to write here sudo to give it the super permissions. All right, so we just save it, we go back, we try to run our script, and you can see that it has not given us any errors. All right, so what we're gonna do is that we're just gonna simply clear it, and here we're gonna do ls again. We hit enter, and you can see that file.txt has been
changed. All right, and the owner of the file.txt is now not linuxint, but it is Bob. All right, so let me show you quickly that how you can create a user if you don't have that, right? Sudo add user, and then you quickly write here any name. So let's say I write here Kali, hit enter, and you can see it is going to ask you for a password. Put in your password, then you can write here the name. Okay, so I'm just putting random names. You can put in here phone numbers, then it is gonna confirm if the information is correct. Press Y. That's simple. That's how simple it is to add a user. All right, hope you've got the point. So now let's move on to our next script, which is using underscore variable touch file, and then we're going to use underscore variable to append to the file. So the idea is that first of all, we're going to create a variable with underscore, then we're going to create a new file using touch command, then we're going to use that underscore variable that we have recently created to append to the file that we have created using touch. So let's go ahead and let's try to do it. So first of all, we'll go to our script. Let me just remove this line here. We're gonna write here the underscore variable. So we'll just write here unt underscore, and then we're gonna write here var. Then we're gonna write here equal sign, and let's write something in it. We could write here anything. So let's say we write here hello linuxint audience, right? So now we come to the next line, and in here what we're going to do is that we're going to create a new file. So let's call it touch_new.txt. All right, so once we have created a new file, what we're going to do is that we're going to append that underscore variable to this new.txt. So for that, what you would do is that you would write here echo, and then you're going to write here underscore variable. All right, and then you're going to write here these two brackets to append to it. Then you write here new.txt. All right, and then obviously you want to see if the file has that underscore variable content or the value. Obviously we want to check if that has been appended to it or not. So for that, we'd use the cat command. We'll write here cat new.txt so that we don't have to go and manually open the file to check. We can basically check it right away. So we'll write here cat new.txt. So we save this, everything is done. It's pretty simple. First, we have defined a variable, underscore variable. Then we have created a touch command, which would basically essentially create this new.txt file on our desktop, because that is our current directory where our script resides, and that's where it's going to run. And then you can see that we are appending that underscore variable to the new.txt, okay, whatever is in it. So for example, if we remove this one angle bracket, what's going to happen that every time you run the script, it deletes the previous data, and then it basically overwrites the new data. But when you have here double brackets, what's going to happen that it keeps the previous data and it appends to it the next data. All right, so if we save it, we go back to our terminal and we try to run our script with the first script.sh. You can see that we have hello Linux audience. So if we ls here, you can see that we also have the new.txt file, which we didn't have previously. All right, so now if we do that once more, if we try to run our script once more, you can see that instead of having hello Linux int audience once, we have it twice. If we run it one more time, you can see we have 3 times, because it is essentially appending the data. So if we remove this one angle bracket, we save it, we go back, we try to run it, you can see that we have hello Linux audience once only, because now it's not appending, it's basically adding the data, and it would basically overwrite it. So the basic job was appending, so we'll just keep these angle brackets double. And if we run it once more, you can see that it's gonna keep appending. All right, hope you've got the point. All right, so now let's move on to our next script, in which we're gonna use the let command. All right, so we use this let command in order to store value to the variable, and then we're gonna perform the arithmetic operation of addition. All right, so let's go ahead to our script and let's try to write a script. So let me just remove all of that previous code, and now we're going to write here let a equals 3. All right, so let basically allows you to define a variable.
So we could do that in separate lines, or we could do that in the same line as well. Doesn't make a difference. So we'll just write here b equals, let's say, 7, and then let's say we write here c equals a plus b. All right, so now it's done. Now what we're going to do is that we're going to write here echo, and then let's say that we print out here c. In fact, we print out b as well. All right, so now if we save it, we go back to our terminal, we try to run this, and here you can see that we have performed arithmetic operation using let successfully. And here, if you compare here, a is 3, right? B is 7, absolutely correct. And then C is a plus b, right? Which means 7 plus 3, which is essentially equals to 10. All right, hope you have got the point. All right, so now let's move on to our next script, which is basically how to add, subtract, multiply, and divide. So we're gonna basically use these 4 operations, arithmetic operations, on 2 variables. All right, so for that we'd go to our script. Let me just clear this let script that we have written here. All right, so now what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna basically initialize 2 variables. So let's call it number 1, and let's say its value is 10, and let's have number 2, and let's say its value is 2. All right, so we have 2 variables, and now we are going to perform addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division using expr. Okay, so we just write here expr, which is a keyword. Then we're going to write here the variable name, which is essentially number 1, and then we're going to use the other variable, which is essentially number 2. All right, so let's just test it first. If it works, then we move forward, and then we do the other stuff as well. So here you can see that it is working. Addition thing is working perfectly. So let's go ahead and let's do other operations as well. So I'll just simply copy it 4 times. I'll just change the signs here. So let's say for subtraction we have minus, for multiplication we have asterisk, and for division we have this sign. All right, backslash. So we save it, we go back here, we run our script again. You can see that it has added it, right? Number 1 plus number 2, which means 10 plus 2, which is 12. Then we have number 1 minus number 2, which is 10 minus 2, which is 8, right? And then we have multiplication, and you can see that it is giving some sort of syntax error that we'll basically address in a moment. And here you can see that if we divide 10 by 2, the result would be 5. All right, so how to get rid of this syntax error? So for that, you would just come here, and expr is basically not recognizing this asterisk. So in order to recognize this, what we have to do, we have to put here a /. So after putting a slash here, right, what you have to do is that you have to save it. You go right here, and then you basically run your script. And here you can see that we have got the result. If we multiply 10 by 2, 10 multiplied by 2, it would be 20. All right, so that's how you perform 4 operations: addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Hope you've got the point. All right, so now let's move on to our next script, which is essentially increment a variable 3 times with using increment operator. All right, so what we're going to do is that first of all, we're going to have a variable in our script that we're going to increment. All right, so let's just remove this whole script, and let's have a variable here called as var, and let's give it a value 1 to keep track of increments. All right, so here basically first of all, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to print out the variable simply, that what value this variable has. All right, so along the way as we increment it, I'm also going to print it out each increment so that you could see that how we are incrementing it. All right, so in order to increment it, what you have to do is that you have to write here var, the variable name essentially, then you write here equal sign, and then you write here $sign, you write here 2 brackets. All right, and inside these brackets you're going to write here var plus equals 1, which is basically essentially an increment sign. All right,
So once you do that, obviously we need to echo here again because the variable has been incremented. All right. So now we're gonna have here double quotes. We're gonna write here var, and after doing that, we come here again. We basically do the similar kind of thing. So I'm just gonna copy it. So now this thing has been incremented once. Now it has been incremented twice. Now it has been incremented 3 times. All right, and each time we'll be able to see the result because we are echoing the variable. All right, so we save it, we go to our terminal and we try to run our script. Here you can see that the variable was 1. Okay, so this is basically without incrementing it. All right, so the next thing is that we have incremented it by 1, and you can see the value has become 2 here. Then we have incremented it by 1, and you can see that the value has become 3. And here you can see that we have echo variable again, and you can see that now we have incremented it once more and it has become 4, right? So that's how you basically increment in Bash script. Hope you've got the point. Alright, so now we're going to move on to our next script, which says that decrement a variable 3 times with decrement operator. So previously what we have done is that we have incremented a variable 3 times. Now we're going to decrement it. Increment means, you go 1 value up. Decrement means that you come 1 value down. So for example, let's say that this value, the variable, it has a value 5, let's say. So if we want to decrement it by 1, decrement means less 1. So we write here minus or negative or subtraction sign. We write here as well, and we write subtraction sign here as well. So now basically you are pretty smart. You do the math. So here, it would print out 5 because there's nothing happening between the initialization of the variable and the print statement or the echo. And then you can see that it would be 1 less, right? So the variable would become 4. Then you can see 1 more less, the variable would become 3, and then 1 more less, it would become 2, right? So it would be happening what we wanted in the first place, which is essentially decrement using the decrement operator 3 times. All right, so just save it, go back to your terminal and try to run your script. And here you can see that initially the variable was 5, but now it is becoming 1 less. It becomes 4, then it becomes 3, and then it becomes 2. Whether while in the case of increment, it was going up like from 1 to 2, from 2 to 3, and from 3 to 4. While in the case of decrement, it is coming down from 5 to 4, 4 to 3, and 3 to 2. Hope you've got the point. Alright, so now let's move on to our next script, which is essentially echo number modulus second number. So we're gonna have 2 variables here, and in our script, of course, and in our script, after having 2 variables, we're gonna basically take the modulus of the second number. So let's see that how we can do that. So we'll go to our script, and in our script, what we're gonna do is that I'm just gonna clear it. Okay, so once I clear it, what I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna write here number, which is essentially a variable. So let's call it number 1 equals 4, and let's call it number 2 equals 2. All right, so now we have basically 2 variables. So we're gonna have an echo statement here, we're gonna have double quotes here, we're gonna have a $sign here, and then after having a $sign, we're gonna have 2 brackets, and inside these two brackets, I'm gonna write here the 2 variables. Number 1 is gonna be number 1, then we're gonna write here a percentage sign, then we're gonna write here number 2. All right, so once we do that, now what we're gonna do is that we're gonna come out of here, and we're gonna basically save this script. We are going to go back to our terminal, and here I'm gonna run the script. Okay, so I'll just basically write here first script.sh. I hit enter, and you can see that the modulus of it is 0. All right. So if I change the number here, if I go like 5 here, if I save it, and if I run the script, you can see that now the modulus is 1. So for example, if you divide 4 by 2, the remainder would be 0, right? So if you divide 5 by 2, the remainder would be 1. Yeah, so that's how it works. So if I write here 6, of course the remainder would be 0 again. You can see. And if I write here 7, the remainder would be 1. Alright, hope you have got the point. That was pretty simple. Alright, so now let's move on to our next script, which is echo number to exponent of second number. So we're gonna write a script where we'll basically take a square of the second number, or the first number you could say. Alright, so for example, if we take the exponent of 8, right? So that's gonna be like 64, the square of it. So let me show you quickly that what I'm talking about. So what you're gonna do is that you're gonna go to script, and here what you're gonna write is that you're gonna write here a variable, and then you write here equals, and then you write here a $sign, and inside here in the 2 brackets you're gonna write 8, and then you're gonna write here static 2. All right. So after that, what you're gonna do is that you're gonna simply echo the variable. All right. So let's see what results we get. So after echoing it, just basically save it, go to your terminal, try to run your script, and here you can see that it's now 64. So what if you take the exponential of 9? So it's understood that it's gonna be 81, right? So that's how simple it is, and that's how it works. Alright, so now let's move on to our next script, which is 5 mathematical expressions using Expr. So the idea is that there are 5 mathematical operations that can be performed using the Expr function. So let's go ahead to our script, and inside our script what we are going to do is that we're going to remove the old script, and then we're going to write here 2 variables. Let's call it number 1, and let's keep it equal to 25, and then let's have number 2, and let's keep it equals to 5. So now what we're going to do is that we're going to perform 5 mathematical operations, addition, subtraction, multiplication, then we're going to perform division, and then we're going to perform we're going to take basically mod of these 2 numbers. Okay, so let's go ahead, and first operation would be expr, then we'd write here $1, and then we'd write here basically plus, and then we write here $sign, and then we write here number 2. Okay, so these are the 2 variables that would be added like this. All right, so let's just copy it. Let's go ahead, let's have here a minus sign. Okay, and then let's have here a multiplication sign, and we're gonna write here a /, and then we're gonna have here a asterisk. Then we go ahead on the next line, and then we basically write here a division sign. Okay, so we write here a division sign, and then we go back ahead to the next line, and here what we're gonna do is that we're gonna have the same copy paste, and then we're gonna have here a sign like this, percentage sign. Okay, so this percentage sign would basically tell us about the remainder. All right, so let's just go ahead and let's just execute them. So we save it. So if we talk about this /* then what we have done is that we have done this thing because of multiplication, because it won't multiply and it would give an error, similarly to the example number 30 as we have done. So now let's just save it. Let's go ahead and let's run our script and see the results. So in order to run our script, we write here // then the name of the script, then .sh. We hit enter, and of course let's try to add them. So 25 plus 5 is 30, right? 25 minus 5 is 20. 25 multiplied by 5, it's 125, and if we divide 25 by 5, then it results into 5, and if we divide 25 by 5, the remainder would of course be 0. Alright, so you can paste here any other numbers, and of course you are going to get these results. So that's how you perform mathematical operations using Expr. Okay, so now let's move on to our next topic, which is 5 mathematical expressions using parentheses. So previously we have done it with Expr. So now let's go ahead and let's do this. So we'll go back to our script. Let's keep these numbers the same, okay? And then let's just remove this Expr from here. And let's write here echo. Let me just remove all of that, and then we can basically copy paste the same pattern, right? So we write here echo, and then we write here a $sign. We have parentheses here, a double parenthesis, and inside these parentheses what we're going to do is that we're going to write here number, and then we're going to write here plus, and then we're going to write here number 2. Okay, so now once you have done that, come to the next line and do the same for everything, with one exception, that for multiplication there is no need to put that / here. Okay, so it would work without that /. So let's just go ahead and let's try change these signs. We write here percentage sign, we write here division sign, we write here multiplication sign, and then we write here minus sign here. Okay, so now you can see that clearly we have done the same thing pretty much, and of course we'll get the same results until unless we change the variables. So let's go ahead and let's try to change the variables from 5 to 25 to, let's say, 10 and 100. Okay, so let's save it and let's just go ahead and run our terminal, run our script in the terminal, excuse me. We hit enter and you can see that it's basically giving us some sort of errors. And one thing that you might have noticed is that I forgot to write here number 1. Okay, so that is why it won't work, because there is no variable named as num. Okay, so there is only num1. So once you do that, just basically save it, just go right ahead to your terminal and try to run your script, and there you would get the results. So 100 plus 10 is 110, 100 minus 10 is 90, 100 multiplied by 10 is 1000, and 100 divided by 10 is 10. And of course, if you divide 100 by 10, you get the remainder as 0. So hope you've got the point. So that's how you basically do 5 mathematical operations using double parentheses. Okay, so now let's move on to our next topic, which is double parentheses with dollar operators to assign to variable. So the idea is that you can basically assign the variable to another variable using double parentheses, and you can make changes to it. For example, if you have a variable and if you want to add something to it and then basically store that entire value into another variable, you could do that. So let's go ahead and let's see how we can do that. So what we would do would go to our script, and in here what we're gonna do, let me just remove all of that. Let's have here one variable called num1, and let's have here another variable. Okay, and what we're gonna do is that we're gonna basically use this num1 variable, and we're gonna add some value into it, and then we're gonna basically store it inside the var. Okay, so we write here var equals, we write here a $sign, we write here double parentheses, and after writing here double parentheses, what we're gonna do is that we're gonna write here var, num, and then we're gonna write here plus, and then we're gonna write here, let's say, 10. Okay, so now you can see here here we need to write another parenthesis, okay, a bracket, and now we're gonna write here echo, and then we're gonna write here var, which would basically print out the value of var, which is going to be essentially 110, because we are adding num1 to 10, and after adding we are storing the entire value into var. So now if we save it, we go back, we try to run our script, so we hit enter, and you can see that the result is 110. So that's how you basically assign to a variable using the double parenthesis with a dollar operator. Alright, so now let's move on to our next topic, which is topic number 38, in which we'll see that multiplication has precedence over addition
regardless of the order. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's try to do some example to prove this thing. So what we do, that we'd go back to our script, and here we will write basically var, which is essentially a variable name, and then we're going to write here a $sign, and along with the $sign we'll have double parenthesis, and in here we're going to have 3 multiplied by, let's say, 2 plus 1. Okay, so when we do that, we basically echo it to see the result. All right, and now what we're going to do is that we're going to reverse the order, and let's see if that gives us the same result. So we'll write here var, we put an equal sign, we give here a $sign, we write here double parenthesis, and then we're going to write here 2 plus 1. Okay, we are reversing the order, and then we're going to write here multiplied by 3. Okay, so what would happen, that it would do this thing first, 2 plus 1, which would be 3, and then it would basically multiply 3 by 3. In the same way, it would basically add this first, it would be 3, and then 3 multiplied by 3 would be 9. So in both cases, we're going to get result 9 with one condition, that we have to name it another variable, because 2 variables cannot print out 2 times, right? Like, it can print out 2 times, but it cannot print out 2 different values. So in order to make sure that those values are different, we just write here new variable. So now if we run this, we're gonna get the same result. So let's save it. Let's go ahead to our terminal. We try to run our script, and you can see that we have got the result same 9 and 9. So what has happened here, that regardless of the order, it has done the things in the same way. It has added it first, and then it has basically multiplied it. Hope you've got the point. Okay, so now let's move on to our next topic, which is basically combining 2 strings in one line with variables. So what we're going to do is that we are going to define 2 simple variables. These are going to be the string variables, of course, and then we're going to try to concatenate them. Okay, so we will go to our script, and in here we are going to define 2 variables. So first variable is going to be called var1. Then we're going to put an equal sign here, and of course it is a string variable, so we'll just write here hello world. All right, so the second variable would be var2, and we would give it a string value, and let's call it let's concatenate. Okay, so here you can see that we have 2 string values, and now what we're going to do is that we're going to create a third variable in which we basically concatenate them. Okay, so we have variable 3, then we put an equal sign here, and then we write double quotes, and inside those double quotes what we're going to do is that we have a $sign, then we have brackets. All right, these are the curly brackets that we do have normally, and then we have here var1, which is variable 1, of course, and then along with that, without having anything between them, we have a $sign, and then we write here a variable name, which is a second variable name. Okay, so hope you have got the point. So now this way they would be concatenated, and now the concatenated string is now being stored in the variable 3. So in order to extract that or print that on your screen, all you have to do is that you have to write here echo, and then you have to write here variable 3, and bingo, you are done. So once you do that, just basically save it, press Ctrl S, go back to your terminal, and inside our terminal we are going to run our script, first script.sh, of course, and before that we're going to write dot and slash, and we hit enter, and you can see that it says hello world, let's concatenate. So now these 2 strings have been combined. So let's try that. If I give a space here, if I press Ctrl S, if I come back to terminal, run it, that this kind of thing didn't actually work. So in order to give a space here, I might have to use slashes, or maybe to take it to the next line I have to use something else. Okay, so that would be probably /n. All right, so here you can see that with a space I saved the file, it has worked. But if I want to take it to the next line, of course, in that case, if I write here /n, let's try this now. If I run my script now, you can see that it is printing out /n here as it is, right?
So another thing that you could try is that you could try giving in multiple spaces. So let's give these many spaces, and now let's run the script. You can see that now these many spaces have been given in here. So it's on you. If you want to concatenate two strings using variables, that's how you basically do it. All right, hope you have got the point. Alright, so now let's move on to our next topic, which is combining three strings in one line with variables. So the idea is that previously we have done it with two variables. So now let's go ahead and let's see that if we could do it with three variables or four or five maybe, right? So let's go ahead and let's try to do it. So we'd go to our script, and inside our script, what we're going to do here, we have two variables already. So what we're going to do is that we're going to have another variable. Let's call it variable 3. Let's call it variable 4. So inside this variable 3, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to put something, another value, like let's call it, let's concatenate again. Okay. Or let's do it again. Let's call it. All right. So once I have added the value inside the third variable, adding it and concatenating is pretty simple, as it was previously in the previous topic, of course. So what we're going to do is that we're going to have here a $, and then we're going to have curly braces, and then we're going to write here variable 3. Okay. So once we do that, now what we're going to do is that we're going to have here echo variable 4 instead of variable 3, because right now we are concatenating all three variables inside the variable 4, right? So now we have done this echo variable 4. Now we press Ctrl S, we go back to our terminal, we try to run our script. So let me just clear it first. Now we run our script, and you can see that we have hello world, let's concatenate, let's do it again. So that's how you basically concatenate three variables. In case you want to concatenate more than three variables, the concept is simple. All you have to do is that you have to create another variable, and then you have to add that variable inside the series of variables that we have written here, and then you have to basically print out the main variable in which you are adding all other variables. And that's how you basically concatenate three or more than three or multiple variables or multiple strings. Hope you've got the point. Alright, so now let's move on to our next topic, which is topic number 41, in which we are going to use += operator to combine strings. So let's go ahead and let's see that how we can do it. So we'll go to our script, which is essentially firstscript.sh. So what we're going to do is that we are going to have two variables, and we are going to combine those two variables using += operator, and then we're going to see if this thing works or not. So what we're going to do is that we only need two variables, variable 1 and variable 2, which we have already there, which is hello world, and the second variable says let's concatenate. So the idea is that we can combine variable 1 and variable 2 inside one variable. So let's say that if we want to combine these two variables inside one variable, which is essentially variable 1, then we'd use += operator, and both of the strings would be concatenated. So let's go ahead and let's see how we can do that. So we'll just write here var1, which is essentially variable 1, and then we're going to write here += operator, and then we're going to write here double equals or double quotes, excuse me, and inside these double quotes I'm going to write here var, which means that whatever the value of var1 is, that += sign would actually add up the other variable's value to it. Okay, so what we're going to do is that we're going to print out here variable 1, we're going to echo it basically, and we're going to save it. Let's go to our terminal and try to run. Okay, you can see that now I'm running my scripts on 20.04. My 18.04 operating system just got crashed for some reason. So let's go ahead and let's try to run our script. So first of all, what I want to do is that I want to make sure that if my script is executable here, and you can see that it's not executable, it doesn't have any executable permissions. So in order to add executable permission, I just have to write here chmod +x, and then I'm gonna write here the file name, which is essentially firstscript.sh. okay,
hit enter. Now if I lsal here, you can see that first script.sh is now executable, and if I run my script, you can see that it has given us the result hello world, right? Why it has given us the result hello world? Because here we have not specified the variable2, and this simple variable doesn't even exist. So if we write here variable2, if we save it, we go back to our terminal, we try to run our script again, you can see that now it gives us a result hello world. Let's concatenate, and here you can see all I have done is that I have written here variable1 plus equal, and then I have written here variable2. So what has happened is that variable1, it has been a main variable, and the variable2, it has been a secondary variable. And what it has done, that it has combined the contents of variable1 and variable2 inside variable1. So that's how you basically concatenate two strings using plus equal variable. Hope you've got the point. Alright, so now let's move on to our next topic, which is topic number 42, in which we're going to show you how to create multi-line string variable with HEREDOC. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's try to do something. Let's do an example here. So we'll go to our script, and here what we're going to do, that let's just remove all of that, and here we're going to write var, and then we're going to write here equal sign, we're going to write here a $sign, and then we're going to have here cat, and after that we're going to have here two angle brackets, and here we're going to write end HEREDOC. Okay, so end underscore HEREDOC, and once we have done that, now what we're going to do is that we are going to write multi-line comments. So here we could write here we could write multi-line strings, excuse me. So we write here multi-line string using HEREDOC. Okay, so once you have written here multi-line strings, in order to end that, what you're gonna do is that you're gonna use here HEREDOC. So you would write here end HEREDOC. Okay, so once you've done that, now you're gonna come out of here, and now if we echo this, the variable, we're gonna get the multi-line string result. So what we would do, we'll just write here echo var. We're gonna control S, we're gonna press control S, and here we're gonna go to our terminal in order to run our script. We hit enter, and you can see that now it is printing out basically multi-line string. And how did we do that? We have done it using the HEREDOC variable, which would basically help us get multi-line input inside one variable, and you can see that we have printed out multiple lines comments using just one single variable. Hope you have got the point. Okay, so now let's move on to our next topic, which is topic number 43, in which we're gonna see that how we can cat multi-line HEREDOC text. So the idea is that HEREDOC text, it could be like HEREDOC pointer, it could be anything. Like you could write end HEREDOC, or you could write your name, or you could write Linux int, you know, you could write anything in all capital, and it would be considered as the HEREDOC starter and also the endpoint. So let's go ahead and let's try to do that. We will just go to our script in here, and let's try to remove all of that. And here what we're gonna do is that we're gonna have cat, we're gonna have double angle brackets, and in here we're gonna have a variable, HEREDOC actually, and let's call this HEREDOC as Linux int. Okay, and in here this is the starting point basically, and where we want to end, we'll also write here Linux int. Okay, we can also write here HEREDOC, or we can write here end HEREDOC instead of Linux int. You know, it totally depends upon you. What we're going to do is that we're going to write here the current directory, or the current working directory is, and of course we're going to write here pwd, and it would basically print out the current directory. And then we're going to write here you are logged in as, and then of course we're going to write here the variable for the user. Okay, so if we write here who am I, it would basically print out the username which we are currently logged in as. Okay, so we are logged in as Linux, so probably it's going to print out that. So we are just going to end the HEREDOC here. So we'll just write here Linux end, and now it has been ended. So now we save our script. Let's go back to our terminal. Let's just clear it and try to run our script. And here you can see that it has basically printed out that the current working directory is /home/linux and /desktop, because that's here we are. You can see that our current directory is desktop, right? And if we talk about the user that we are logged in as, you can see that here it is telling us you are logged in as, and then who am I, it has printed out Linux hen. Okay, so that's how you basically get the HEREDOC text using a bash script. Hope you've got the point. Okay, so now let's move on to our next topic, which is topic number 44, if conditional statements. So the idea is that if condition statement, it's something like that you have to have a statement, a condition, and if condition is true, only in that case the if block would be executed. Otherwise, it's not going to execute anything, or it's not going to execute any block. So let's go ahead and let's try to write an if condition here and verify if we could use if conditional statement to check if the variable that we would have is greater than 5. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. This is a simple example. You could have any other example if you want to. Okay, so let's go to our script and let's try to remove everything that we have here, because here we're gonna write an if condition. So first of all, let's define a variable. Let's give it a value 8, and what we're gonna do is that we're gonna have an if condition here. We're gonna have big brackets here, and make sure that you give a space between here. Okay, so before writing anything, you have to have a space here. If you don't give a space and you start writing right away, it would cause an error. Okay, so I'm going to show you that as well, that how it would cause an error. So if we would write here var, the variable, and then we write here -gt, which is a condition, which basically checks if the variable is greater than the given input or given number. So if we write here 5, of course variable is greater than 5, right? 8 is greater than 5. So it's going to be true, and definitely it's going to execute the if block. So we just write here then, and then we basically echo good. Okay, and then what we're gonna do is that we're gonna end the if block. All right, so if that condition is gonna be false, in that case of course we don't have any else block, and certainly we don't have anything else outside the if block. So this condition, if that is false, the program is going to return nothing, so you won't see any output. All right, so if we save it, we go back to our terminal, and if we try to run our script, you can see that it basically echo good here. Okay, so if we write here 9, of course 8 is not greater than 9, and this condition would become false, and this script won't print out anything. Okay, so if we write here 5 again, if we go back, run our script, you can see that it is printing out echo good. So if we remove that space, let's say if we don't have any space here, then it's going to print out some sort of error. So you can see that it says command not found. It has not detected the greater than command because we have not given here a space, right? So it is mandatory on both sides. You have to give a space, and then you start writing whatever condition you would write inside the if statement. So hope you've got the point. That's how you write an if conditional statement. Okay, so now let's move on to our next topic, which is topic number 45, and in this topic we're going to talk about logical and operator in conditional statements. So let's go ahead and let's try to do an example, and let's try to understand this thing. Okay, so here you can see that we have, let's call it variable equals 4, and we have the if block here. So let's say that we are going to have two if the conditions here, okay, inside the single if block. So for that we have double brackets here, and then we have AND operator, And what we're gonna do is that we're gonna have here, let's say, variable greater than 2, and what we're gonna do is that we are also going to use less than operator. Okay, so we give a space and we will write here var, which is essentially the variable name, then we write here -lt, and then we write here 8. Okay, so this means that basically if condition has now been extended into 2 conditions, and it won't work unless both conditions are true, because we have AND operator between them. So what does it mean having AND operator between 2 conditions simultaneously? So the idea is that you have AND condition between 2 conditions. It means that both of them have to be true in order to execute the if block. If one of them is false, either one of them, okay, then if condition or if block is not going to be executed and it's going to consider itself false. So in order to execute this echo good, both of the conditions have to be true, period. Okay, so now if we save it, you can see here we are checking here, we have variable equals 4. First condition is if variable is greater than 2, of course 4 is greater than 2, right? And then we have AND operator, which means that there is another condition which we need to verify before executing the if block. So it would come here, so 4 is less than 8. Yes, of course, this is true as well. So now both of them are true. That's why this thing here would be executed. So we can echo here anything like echo, and then we could write here that var is between 2 and 8. Okay, so in that case this condition would be true, and it by any chance if that condition is false, in that case it is not going to print out anything because we don't have any else block and we don't have anything else in our program too, right? So we save it, we go back to our terminal and we try to run this script. So you can see that it says 4 is between 2 and 8, and of course this statement is true, right? So if we make any of the condition false knowingly, it won't execute anything. So for example, if we do that, 4 is greater than 5, of course this is not true, this is false. So this condition would become false, and you can see this condition is true. However, because of the being false of this condition, it would not execute this if block. So we can verify it, we can save this file, we go back to our terminal, we try to run our script, and you can see that we have not got any output. Okay, so hope you've got the point. So in the AND logical operator, both of the conditions have to be true. Alright, so now let's move on to our next topic, which is topic number 46, and in which we're going to talk about logical OR in conditional statement. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's try to do an example, but before that I would like to explain it to you that AND operator, in the case of AND operator, both of the conditions have to be true, right? But in the case of OR, you don't have to consider both of statements would be true, only then the if block would be executed. It won't happen. So even if your one condition is true, it would consider that it should execute the if block, right? But in the case of AND statement, both had to be true, only then it would execute the if block, right? It was pretty simple. Hope you've got the point. So now we'll basically do an example and let's see if you could basically get a better concept. So for that, we'd go to our script. All right, here we have a variable. Let's change the value to variable, let's call it 16. Okay, variable have a value of 16, and here we can put a condition that variable is greater than 2 or 5. Let's keep it 5, and here instead of having AND, we're going to have a double pipe operator sign which is used for OR. Okay, and here we're going to say that variable is less than 8. Let's keep it that way. So the idea is that we know that 16 is greater than 5. That condition is true.
but we also do know that 16 is not less than 8, right? 16 is actually greater than 8. So this condition is false right now, but this condition is true. So here you can see that inside the if block we have an echo statement which says the variable is between 2 and 8. So let's say that variable, or let's say one condition or both are true. So same cases with the both true statement. If both of them are true, wonderful. Still if block would get executed. Okay, still if block would be executed. Okay, so I hope you've got the point. And now if let's say I want this second statement false or second statement true, and if I make the first statement false, still it's gonna work, right? So it says 16 is greater than 18, which is absolutely false, right? 16 is less than 18. And here you can say that it says 16 is less than 20, which is true, right? So previously this first condition was true and this one was false. Now the second one is true and the last one, the first one is false, okay? But still it would execute this if block. So how do we know that? Alright, so now let's go ahead and let's try to run our program and let's see. So if we run our script here, you can see that it says one condition or both are true because we know that this one was true. So if we reverse the order as we have done previously, you can see that now this condition is true and this one is false. So if we save it, we go back to our terminal, we try to run our script, and you can see that it still has executed the if block. So what if both of the conditions are false? So in that case, what's going to happen? That if both conditions are false, it is not going to execute if block. Okay, so both conditions had to be false in order not to execute the if block or whatever the thing that you have. Okay, so let's say we know that variable 16 is greater than 22, it's false, and 16 is less than 8, that is false as well. Okay, so if we do that, we save it, we go back to our terminal, we try to run our script, and you can see that we have not got any kind of result. Okay, so it is a proof that only one condition has to be true, then it would execute. You know, in the case where both conditions are false, it would not execute. Okay, hope you've got the point. Alright, so now let's move on to our next topic, in which we are going to discuss if, else if, and else conditional statements. So previously we have seen if statements only. Now we'll see the else if and the else statement additionally. Okay, so for that we'll just do a simple example, because of which you could simply understand what exactly it is. So we'll go back to our script that we are writing right now. And in here, let me just remove all of that and let's try to create a scenario. So let's say that we know that how a student is graded, right? So for example, if he has the marks above than 90, then we can say A grade, or we can say excellent. Okay, so if the marks are like, you know, greater than 60, we could say okay, good. And if let's say they are greater than 50, we could say just satisfactory. If they are less than 50, we could say that it is not satisfactory and you're fail. So something like that. So this is a scenario that on which we are going to do an example. So let's go ahead. So first of all, we'll create a variable called as marks, and let's say we give it a value as 65 for now. The next thing we're going to do is that we have an if block here, an if condition, and here we put a condition like, let's say if the variable marks, if it is greater than 90. Okay, so if it is greater than 90, then we say that excellent. Okay, so we write here then, and then we write here echo statement, and we write here excellent. Okay, so here you can see that one if statement has been done, right? And in order to end the if statement, we all know that we have to write here fi. But here our if block, we are not done yet with that. Okay, so we're gonna have an else if block. Okay, so for example, if the first condition is not true, instead of breaking out of the if body, it's gonna check for else if, which is another if block. Again, we check if the marks, let's say this time we write here a condition, if the marks, they're greater than, let's say, 60. Okay, so if they're greater than 60, what we want to do is that we want to print echo and let's say good. Okay, and we can, the beauty of this having else if, that you can put as many if statements within one if block as you possibly can. Okay, so there is no restriction to that. So we come here again and we write here another else if block. We write here brackets, and inside these brackets we write here marks, and then we write here greater than or equal to, and let's say we write here 50, and then we write here then, and then we write here echo, and now let's say we write here just satisfactory, because of course if the marks are over 50, just over 50, then we can say satisfactory. Okay, so once we have done that, now what we're going to do is that we are going to write here an else block. Okay, so else block means that if all if else if fail, only then this else block is going to be executed. So we write here echo, and then we write here not okay, and then we write here fail. Okay, so that is it. You know, we have our if, else, if, and else blocks right in the correct position. Okay, so now let's go ahead and let's see if this thing works or not. So you could be thinking that if we have a number 95, then of course it's greater than 60, it's greater than 90, it's greater than 50, right? So how this condition set, a set of condition is, you know, perfect. So let me tell you, the first thing first. So first of all, this if block is going to execute it. So for example, if the number is not greater than 90, it's going to come to the next else if block. If the number is greater than 90, it's going to pick it up here, print this out, and then break out of the if block. So it's not going to look at the other else if block even. Okay, so that's why this set of statement works, and it would not cause any logical error. Okay, so let me explain to you that what this code does. First of all, we know that we have marks which is equal to 65. It would come here, it would check 65 is greater than 90. This is not true, this is false, right? So it's not going to execute this thing here, it's going to come to the next block. So here you can see that else if the marks is greater than 60, so 65 is greater than 60, it is true. So it is going to echo good, and it is going to break out of the if statement. It's not going to check out any further. So now let's go ahead and let's try to run our script, and let's see what results we get. So we go to our terminal, and in here we try to run our script, and you can see that we have not get any kind of result. And why is that? Because we have not saved it. So we save it, we go back, we run our script, and you can see that we have got the result as good. Okay, so why it has printed out good? Because the marks are 65. So let's say we write here 95 instead of 65. So now what results we are gonna get? So we go back to our terminal again, we run our script, and you can see that we've got the result excellent. If we just write here any marks that are like above than 50, then in that case what's going to happen is that it's going to come here, I'm going to run it, and you can see that it prints out just satisfactory. And if I change the marks to less than 50, let's call it 25, and if I save it, I go back to my terminal, try to run it, and you can see that it says not okay, fail. So as I have explained to you that how each condition is gonna work, you can see that we have worked with almost every condition, and each time it has executed that specific condition perfectly. Hope you've got the point.
Now let's move on to our next script, that is nesting if condition.
You have got an idea about the if-else condition in the previous scripts. So in this script, we will see that how we can use the nesting if condition in bash. Let's get started. This is my script.sh file. So to see the working of nesting if condition, we have to declare a variable. So I have declared a variable here which is equal to 6. So let's declare an if condition here by using the if keyword. If double quotation $variable. So I'm going to evaluate this variable onto the greater than condition. So whenever we have to use the greater than condition in bash, we have to write here -GT1. So if $variable is greater than 1, so what it has to do, then we have to insert an other if condition. So the nesting means that we have multiple if conditions that are working simultaneously, an if condition within an if condition. So alright, so I'm going to write here if $variable is less than, so whenever we have to evaluate the expression on the basis of less than, we have to write -LT. If it is less than 10, alright, so let me just add the space here as well. Then echo the number lies between 1 to 10. Alright, so we have two if conditions here. So I am going to end this second if block first, fi. So this is now the example of the nesting if conditions. This is the first if condition, this is the other if condition which lies inside the first if condition. Alright, so this is our program. What it will do, it will check that if the variable is greater than 1, it will execute this if condition. If variable is less than 10, so it will print on the terminal that the number lies between 1 to 10, and lastly we are ending the if conditions. Alright, so this is our script. Let's open up the terminal. Let's change the directory to the desktop because the script.sh is saved on the desktop. Alright, so now let's execute our script.sh, and it has printed on the terminal the number lies between 1 to 10. So that is an idea of the nesting if condition. I hope you got my point. Alright, so now let's move on to our next script, equal versus double equal operator. In this script, we will see that what is the basic difference between using equal and double equal operator. The equal operator basically compares the type of multiple variables, but the double equal operator performs byte-to-byte comparison, and it checks that whether the value stored inside the variable is same or not. So let's see the script of this. Alright, so these are our two variables. The variable one is var, whose value is equal to hello, and the second variable is rav, whose value is equal to word. So these two variables are of string type because they contain some characters or word. So let's write the first equal operator. If $variable is equal to $rav, then, and we are putting another if condition here. If $variable is equal to $rav, do not forget to give the space between the bracket and your variable, because otherwise it will throw an error. Alright, so if this condition satisfies, then what it has to do, it has to print here both equal and double equal operators are same. Alright, so if this condition falls, then what it has to do, and it has to execute the else condition like that, else echo. Alright, so in this case it will print both equal and double equal operators are not same. Alright, so this is our script. We have to end the first if condition. So what it will do, basically, first of all, it will compare the type of these two variables. The type of these two variables is same, both belong to the string, and after that it will execute this if condition. Dollar variable is double equal to $RAV, so now it will perform the byte to byte comparison. If the data inside these two variables is same, then it will print both equal and double equal operators are same, and otherwise it will execute the else condition and it will print on the terminal both equal and double equal operators are not same. Let's go back to our terminal and execute our script. And you can see that it prints on the terminal both equal and double equal operators are not same. So this is the misconception that we use. This is an ambiguous statement that most of the people say that the equal and double equal operators are same, but in actual they are not same. I hope you got my point. Alright, so now let's move on to our next script, that is test not equal strings. So far we are done with the equal comparison. In this script we will see that how we can test not equal strings in bash. So let's move on to our script.sh file. This is the first variable which is equal to hello, and the second variable is RAV, which is equal to word. So whenever you have to test for the not equality or inequality, then you have to use this sign, exclamation sign or factorial sign, and then we have to put the equal sign. So this is not equal to sign here. So if dollar variable is not is equal to $RAV, then what it has to do, it will print on the terminal both the strings are not same, and else it will print on the terminal that both the strings are same. In this case both the strings are not same, so it will print both the strings are not same on the terminal. So let's go back to our terminal and let's execute our script. So it print here both strings are not same. So in this case this echo command is executed because variable is not equal to RAV. So this condition is basically true and it has printed on the console both strings are not same. So I hope you got my point. Alright, so now let's move on to our next script. In this script we will test that whether the two strings before or after are equal alphabetically or not. So in the script number 49, I described that when we have to check that whether the data stored inside the string is equal or not, for this purpose we have to use the double equal operator. Let's see a script for this purpose. This is my script.sh file. So I am going to change the value of the second variable is equal to hello, and now we have to perform a comparison alphabetically. So I am going to put here the double equal operator. If this condition is true, we have to print here in the echo condition both the strings are same alphabetically, otherwise we have to print both the strings are not same alphabetically. Alright, so it will perform a byte to byte comparison here. Let's go back to our terminal and execute our script.sh. So both the strings contain hello and hello. So both strings are same alphabetically. I hope you got my point. Alright, so now let's move on to our next script. Test string is null. In this script we will check that how we can evaluate whether the test string or the given string is null or not. So this is our script.sh file. I am going to remove the second variable because we do not need it. This is our first variable, a string type variable, and it does not contain any value. It is equal to null. Alright. So now we have to change the string here. The string is null, else we have to print the string is not null. Alright. Here I have only inserted the colon. It means that this is the empty string. It also demonstrates that this is the empty string. So when it will execute the if condition, it will check that if the variable is equal to empty, it will print the string is null. Otherwise, it will print the string is not null. So I have saved my script. Let's go back to our terminal. And the string is null because it does not contain any value. I hope you got my point. Alright, so now let's move on to our next script. Test string is not null. In this script, we will check that how we can evaluate whether the given script is null or not null. Previously, we have checked the null string, and now we will check the not null string. So let's go back to our script. I am going to write here hello. The string is not null now. The if condition will remain same. If variable is equal to null, then it has to print the string is null. Otherwise, it has to execute the else block and it will print the string is not null. So our expected result is gonna be the string is not null. So let's go back to our terminal and execute our script. The string is not null. This is the result that we have got. Because the value of the variable is equal to hello, when it comes to the if condition, $variable is equal to null, the condition is false. It is executing the else block and it is printing on the console the string is not null. I hope you got my point. Alright, so now let's move on to our next script. The name of our next script is test numerical comparisons greater than and less than. In this script, we will see that how we can perform the numerical comparisons, how we can compare the two numbers, whether a specific number is greater than the other number or not, or it is less than the other number or not. So this is the agenda of this script. So now let's move on to our code. This is the code for this script. Let me just copy this code and paste this code into our script.sh file. So first of all, we have declared a variable here whose value is equal to 15. Alright, so now when we have to perform the comparison, we have to write the if condition here. If $variable is greater than 10, so -gt is used for the greater than comparison. And $variable is less than 20, for the less than comparison, we use the -lt. So these are our two conditions. These are the AND conditions. First of all, the variable's value will be compared to 10 if the variable value is greater than 10 and the variable value is less than 20. Then what it has to do, it will print $variable lies somewhere between 10 and 20. So let me just tell you again, for the greater than comparison, we use -gt, and for the less than comparison, we use the -lt. Alright, so this is our script. Now let's open up our terminal and execute the script.sh file. Alright, script.sh file is present on the desktop. So script.sh, the value of the variable was 15. So 15 lies somewhere between 10 and 20. So the AND conditions with the if are true. Both the conditions are true. So this is how you have to perform the numerical comparison greater than or less than. For the greater than, we have to use -gt, and for the less than, we have to use -lt. So our next script is test numerical compare greater than or equal, less than or equal. So now we have to compare between the greater than or equal or less than or equal. This is our code for the greater than or equal or for less than or equal. So now let's copy this code into our script.sh file. So alright, so now the value of the variable is equal to 25. When you have to perform the arithmetic operations like greater than or less than, then we can use this sign as well. So this sign represents the greater than and this sign represents the less than. And the meaning of this compound sign is greater than equal to, less than equal to. So alright, when the code will execute, it will execute the if condition if the $variable is greater than equal to 20 and $variable is equal to less than 30 and $variable is less than equal to 30, then it has to print on the terminal that the $variable lies somewhere between 20 and 30. When you have the AND operator here, it indicates that both of your conditions must be true. So in this case, the value of the variable is equal to 25. 25 is greater than equal to 20. It is true. And 25 is less than equal to 30. It means that this condition is also true. Alright, so let's go back to our terminal. And let me just clear the terminal. And if we execute our script.sh again, you can see that the 25 lies somewhere between 20 and 30. It means that both the conditions are true. So this is how you can perform the greater than equal to or less than or equal to comparison in your bash script. But the thing that you have to remember about these signs. Our next script is test compare numbers are equal. So in this script, we will basically check that whether our numbers are equal or not. This is our code for this script, which is test compare numbers are equal. Now we have to compare the two variables. We have to compare the equality of the variables. So therefore, I have two variables here. Variable is equal to 50 and the other variable is equal to variable 1, which is equal to 50. So in order to perform the comparison, we have to implement the if condition. If $variable is equal to $variable 1, so the double equal sign is basically used to evaluate the values of two variables. So then what it has to do, it has to print on the terminal compare variables are equal. If this condition is false, then else block will be executed and it will print on the terminal that the compared variables are not equal. So I hope you got my point that when you have to compare the value of two variables, you have to use the double equal sign or double equal operator. So this is our script.sh file. Let me just put this code here and go back to our terminal. And if we execute our code, or if we execute our script, now you can see that the value for the variable 1 was 50, the value for the other variable was also 50. So when it executed the if condition, it has printed the compared variables are equal. You can get the better idea of our output from here. Variable is equal to 50, variable 1 is equal to 50. When it performed this comparison, variable is equal to variable 1, so the compared variables are equal. So that was the whole concept of comparing the variables for equality. Alright, so now let's move on to our next script, that is test compare numbers are not equal. This is exactly the same that we did in the previous script, the script number 56. But now what we will do in this script, we will change the values of the variables. Now the values of the variables will not be equal, and in this case the else block will be executed. So this is the sample code for this script. Now we have two variables. Variable is equal to 50 and the other variable is equal to 25. If $variable is equal to variable 1, then what it has to do, it has to print on the terminal compared variables are equal. Otherwise, if the condition is false, it will print on the terminal the compared variables are not equal. So this is our script. Let's go back to our script.sh file and try to execute our script, and let's see that what we get on the terminal. Script.sh, the compared variables are not equal because in this case the else condition is executed. instead of this double equal sign, we can put the condition here is not equal, and in this case the condition will be true. The factorial or exclamation sign with the equal operator is used for the not equal to condition. So now we have changed the condition. If variable is not equal to variable 1, then it has to print compared variables are not equal. Otherwise it has to print are equal. So we can change our script in this way as well. I hope you got my point. Let's go back to our terminal. Let's clear the terminal and execute. The compared variables are not equal. In this case, the condition is true and this line is printed on the terminal. Alright, so now let's move on to our next script. In this script, we will see that whether a test file exists or not. In the bash scripting, we can check the existence or we can verify the existence of the files, and the bash provides a specific flag for this purpose, and this flag is -f flag. So let's see that how we can do it. Alright, so this is our code for checking the existence of file. First of all, we have declared a variable, file variable, to store the name of the file inside this variable. So file is equal to file.txt. File.txt is the file that we have to check whether it exists or not. So for the existence of the file, we choose the flag that is -f. So we have written the if condition here. If -f $file, it means that if the $file or file.txt value exists inside the -f flag, then what it has to do, it has to print on the terminal that the file exists. Otherwise, it will print that the file does not exist. So let's paste our code inside the script.sh file and to go back to our terminal, and let's try to execute our code. Alright, so script.sh, the file.txt does not exist. So if I create a file on my desktop named as file.txt, and if we run our script again, now you can see that it prints on the terminal that the file exists. So firstly, when it came to this if condition, it checks that the file.txt was not present on the desktop. Then it printed on the terminal file does not exist. And when it found the file, it printed on the terminal that the file exists. So that is how you can verify the existence of file in bash. Now let's move on to our next script, that is test file is not 0 size. In this script, we will see that how we can evaluate or how we can check the size of the txt file or any file. This is our code to check the size of the file. Let me just paste this code in script.sh. Alright. Now to check the size of the file, we use the -s flag for this purpose. So the file variable is equal to file.txt. It is the name of our file. If -s $file, it means that it will evaluate now the size of the file. If the file has some size, then what it will do, it will print on the terminal file is not of 0 size. Otherwise, it will print the file is of 0 size or empty. So now let's go back to our terminal, execute our script again. File is of 0 size or empty because the file is just created, because we have created the file in the previous example. So let's insert some data into the file. Echo hello, this is file, and let me just store it into the file.txt. And if we run our script again, the file is not of 0 size or not empty because now it contains some data. I hope you got my point that how you can check that whether your file is of 0 size or not. Now let's move on to our next script. Test file is a directory or not. In the bash, we can evaluate whether the file is a directory or not. Alright, so this is our code to check whether the file is a directory or not. Now what we have to do, we have store the name of the directory inside a path variable. So to check the existence of the directory, we use the -d flag. If -d $path, if the condition is true, then it will print path is a directory and not file. After that, we have the else if condition. If -f $path, if the file is if the given path is a file, then it will print on the terminal the path is a file and not a directory. Otherwise, it will print the path is not valid. So this is our code. Let's paste it into the script.sh and let's evaluate. Alright, so directory is not valid because it is neither a directory nor a file. So let's create a directory here with the name dir and let's execute our file again. Alright, so dir is a directory and not a file. So in this case, it has basically found that the dir is a directory. mkdir is a command to create the directories in bash. So this is how you can check that whether the given path is a directory or file. To evaluate that whether it is a directory, we use the -d flag. So that's it for this script. I hope you got the point. Alright, so now let's move on to our next script. In this script, we have to check whether the given file is a symbolic link or not. For this purpose, we will also use a flag, and the name of that flag is -l. To check whether the file is a symbolic link, what we will do, we will create, for this purpose, we will use the -l flag. If the given file is a symbolic link, then it will print it on the terminal that the given file is a symbolic link. Let's paste our code in our script.sh file. So we have created a variable here for the file. File is equal to link1. Link1 is the name of our symbolic link. If -l $file, it means that if the file is a symbolic link, then it will print on the terminal that the file is a symbolic link. Let's go back to our terminal and execute this script.sh file. And let's create a file here that is link1. Alright, let's execute our script again. If we put the else block here, it will be easy for us to evaluate the conditions. Echo $file is not a symbolic link. Alright. So link1 is not a symbolic link because it is a file. We have just created a file here. So this is how you can check the existence of a symbolic link by using the -l flag. Alright, now let's move on to our next script that is about to check whether the test file has read permission or not. In the Linux-based operating system and Unix-based operating system, you know that every file have the read, write and executable permissions. If a file has a read permission, it means that we can read the data from the file. So through the bash script, we can check that whether the file has a read permission or not. So let's see that how we can do it. Alright, so this is our code for this script. I'm gonna paste it script.sh file. To check the read permission of any file, we have to use the -r flag. So what we have done here, we have created a variable file and we have stored the file name inside this file variable. So now it will check if $r contains some information of reading of the file, then it will print on the terminal the file has the read permission. Otherwise it will print on the terminal the file does not have the read permission. So $r is the main phenomena here in this script. Let's go back to our terminal and let's execute our script. So the file.txt has the read permission. I hope you got my point. The next script is about checking that whether the test file has write permission or not. So for checking the write permission, we use a flag that is -w flag. The -w flags evaluate that the file has the write permission or not. If the file has some write permission, we can write the data into the file. Otherwise, we cannot write the data into the file. So this is our code. Let's paste this code into our script.sh file. -w is the main phenomena to understand here. Alright, let's go back to our terminal. Let me just clear the terminal and execute our script again. So file.txt has write permission. If we change the write permission of the file through chmod -w file.txt, and if we execute our script again, now you can see that the file.txt does not have the right permission. Okay, let me just add the right permission again, file.txt, and the file.txt has the right permission. So we have to use the -w for the write permission, and we have to use the -r for the read permission. These are very important flags in Bash. So I hope you got my point, and that's it for this script. Alright, so now let's move on to our next script. The next script is about test file has execute permission. So in this script we have to check whether the test file have the executable permission or not. We will use the -x flag to check the executable permission as we did in the previous script, but the difference is that for the write permission we use the -w flag, but for the execute permission we will use -x flag. So now let's see the script for this. Alright, so this is our script. We have a file variable here, and the name of the file is file.txt, which is stored into the file variable. And now we have put the if condition here. If -x $file, it means that it has to check whether the file has the executable permission or not. If the file has the executable permission, then it will write $file has execute permission, else it will print it does not have the executable permission. Alright, I hope you understand the point that the -x is the main phenomena here. It is the main flag to check the executable permission. Let's go back to our terminal and try to execute our script.sh. Alright, file.txt does not have executable permission. So let's give the file.txt the executable permission by using the chmod command. File.txt. Alright, I think the file does not exist. Let me just create a file here with the name file.txt. Alright, if we run our script again, the file.txt does not have the executable permission. Alright, now the permission is granted. If we check here ls-al, and the file permission is, and the executable permission is granted to the file. Alright, let's run our script again. The file.txt has the execute permission. So this is how you can check the executable permission of a file in Bash. Now let's move on to our next script, the script number 65. The name of the script is case conditional statements with numbers. The case statement is basically a conditional statement. It evaluates the condition, or it checks the value of any variable. Then we have defined the multiple cases, and the condition is evaluated according to these cases. If it matches with the particular case, then it prints the output on the terminal. So let's see an example of it. This is our example program. This is our script for the case. First of all, we have declared a variable whose value is equal to 10. Whenever you have to apply the case conditional statement, we have to use this word case. So let me just copy this in script.sh, and you can see that case is the keyword here, and we have to apply the case on the variable. So case $variable in, if the value of the variable is equal to 10, so basically the 10 is the case here, is one case. Whenever you have to define a case, you have to define it in this way. So if the variable's value is equal to 10, it has to print echo, it is 10, and it is the end of the first case, the double semicolon. Then we have another case, the case number 2. If the value is equal to 20, then it has to print on the terminal it is 20. The third is the value number 30. If the value of the variable is equal to 30, then it will print on the terminal it is 30. And lastly, in the case statement, we have a default case. So if the value is not equal to 10, 20 or 30, then this default case will be executed, and it will print number is not 10 or 20 or 30, it is something else. So I hope you got my point. Let's go back to our terminal and try to execute this script. It is 10, and if we change the value and make it 100 and we execute our script again, so number is not 10, it is not 20 or 30, but it is something else. So in this case, the default case statement is executed. So this is how you can apply the case statement in your bash scripts. I hope you got my point. Alright, now let's move on to our next script, case conditional statement with strings. In the last script, we evaluated the numbers with the case conditional statement, but in this script we will evaluate the case conditional statement with strings. All the things will be remain same, but now we have to define the strings instead of numbers. Alright, this is our code for the case conditional statement with strings. In this case, now we have a variable car whose value is equal to BMW, and we have multiple cases here. The case is applied on the car variable. So if the case value is equal to Toyota, then what it will do, it will print it is Toyota. If it is Honda, it will print it's a Honda. And if it is a BMW, it will say it's a BMW. And after that, we have a default case. If the car does not belong to Toyota, Honda or BMW, then it will print seems like another car. So this is our default case. This case is basically executed when the string does not match with the above cases. And whenever we have to end the case statement, we have to write this keyword exec. Alright, this is our script.sh file. I have pasted my code here. Let's go back to our terminal and try to execute it. Script.sh, it's a BMW. If we write here Honda, so now this case will be executed and it will print on the terminal it's a Honda. Alright, and if we write here some other car like Suzuki, so now it will execute this default case and it will print it seems like another car. I hope you got my point. Alright, now let's move on to our next script, case conditional statement with wildcards. So when we talk about the wildcards, we are basically taking the input from the user. We define the cases that evaluate the input from the user and then it will execute the case. So let's have a look on the case conditional statement with wildcards. Alright, so this is our script for the case statement with wildcards. So what it will do, the user will enter something. The user will enter any word. So for the case number 1, we have written here $1. It means that it will evaluate the first word that will be entered by the user. And if we write here $2, it will evaluate the 2 words, then 3 words, 4 words, and so on. If the input from the user contain REQ and after that it has some words, then it will say it's a requirement or it's a request. If the user input contains meet, and then it will write on the terminal it's a meeting, otherwise it will execute the default case and it will write this is a default statement. Alright, so now let's execute our script. We haven't entered any data on the terminal, so it has printed this is a default statement. So if I write here REQ requirement like that, it will say this is a requirement because the bash is a case sensitive language. So let's execute it again and write here request or something like that. And it says it's a requirement or request. And if I write here hello, it will execute the default statement. And if I write here meet me at 11, now it say it's a meeting. So this is how the wildcards work in bash script. I hope you got my. Alright, the next script is execute a command with backticks. So in this script, we will see that how we can execute the commands which contain the backticks. So let's go to our script.sh. This is our script.sh file. It contains chown command. The chown command is used to change the ownership of any directory or any file. The chown command will basically the owner of the directory dir with Linux int. If it has any other owner like test user or something like that, then it will change the owner to Linux int. This is a backtick. So in this way, the backticks can be included in the bash scripting and we can execute our command. Alright, let's go back to our terminal. This is our terminal. We have dir here. This is our directory and let's try to execute it. First of all, let me just show you the owner of directory. The owner of directory is already Linux int. So if we execute this command, it will not have any impact on the directory owner. So what we have to do, I have another user which is the test user. And I want to replace this Linux int with the test user. Alright, so this is our script. It requires the sudo permission. So write here sudo script.sh, enter the password, and if we write here ls-al, and you can see that now the owner of the dir is test user. So this is how you can execute your command with backticks. I hope you got my point. Alright, so now let's move on to our next script, that is execute a command in a $parenthesis variable. So what we have to do in this command, we have to store a command into a variable and then we have to execute the command through the variable. So let's see the script for that. So alright, this is our code. I'm just gonna copy this code in our script.sh file. Alright. The cat command is used to print the content of any file or text file. So in this case, when we have to use this with the $sign, after putting the $sign, we have to insert the parenthesis, and inside the parenthesis, we have to write our command. So cat file.txt is our command and it is stored into a variable. After that, we have written here echo $variable, so it will print our command. Alright, I hope you got my point that when you have to execute your command with the $sign, then you have to put the $sign here. After that, you have to put the parenthesis, write down your command and save it into a variable. Let's go back to our terminal. Alright, so this is our terminal and let's write here script.sh. So it has basically printed hello and welcome. This is a bash example. So this is the content that we have in our file.txt. So what it has done, it has stored the command into the variable and it has executed the command, and after that it has printed the content on the terminal. The content is hello and welcome. This is a bash example. That is what we have in file.txt. I hope you got my point. Alright, so now let's move on to our next script. Our next script is about execute a command and capture the standard output into a new file. In this script, we will execute a command. We will store the content of the file into a variable, and after that we will save this content into another file. So let's go to our script. This is our script. Here we have a variable. In the variable, we have stored cat file.txt. So what it will do, it will basically store the content of file.txt into a variable. After that, it will save the variable's data into the output.txt file. If the output.txt file does not exist, then it will create a new file. Alright, let's go to our script.sh and try to execute our script. So initially, I don't have any output.txt file and it has created a new output.txt file here, and the content is stored into this file. Hello and welcome. This is bash example. So this is how you can execute a command and you can capture the standard output into another file. For capturing the output, you have to use this sign, and we say this greater than sign. So variable this sign output.txt basically points that or indicate that that whatever is stored in variable should be saved in output.txt. Alright, now let's move on to our next script. And the script is execute a command and capture the standard error. So in this script we will learn that if we execute a command and it shows some error or it throws some error, then how we can capture this error into a file. All the things are same. We have cat file.txt and the content is stored in variable, and whatever is in the variable will be stored in standard error.txt file. Alright, let's go to our script.sh and try to execute it. Alright, let's execute our script.sh file. It shows an error and it has created a new file, and the error is stored into this file. Or the creation of this file is the indication that there occurs some error. So I hope you got my point, that when the error occurs, how you can store it into the file or how you can indicate it through the creation of a new file. Alright, now let's move on to our next script. Execute a command and capture the return code. Whenever we execute a command, if it is successfully executed, then it returns 0, and if there is some error, it returns the error code or it returns some code. So in this script we will learn that how we can capture this return code, and we will create a new file and we will store the return code in this file. Alright, this is our code. We are printing the content of file.txt. We are storing it into the variable echo $variable. It will print the content on the terminal, and then echo $? It basically prints the return code and it will store it into the new file return code.txt. So dollar with the question mark is used to capture the return code. This is the idea. Alright, let's go to our script.sh, save this our script, and let's execute our script.sh file. Alright, it has printed the content on the terminal and created the new file return code.txt, and it stores 0. It means that the command is executed successfully and the return code is stored into the new file. I hope you got my point.
Alright, so now let's move on to our next bash script. This script is about the execute command. The short form of the execute command is exec. This command replaces the current process whatever it is running in the bash. This command basically replaces the previous processes and it executes the current process. Alright, so for example, if we are updating our apt repository cache by using the sudo apt update command, and we run the exec command or execute command with echo hello world, so what it will do, it will terminate the previous command and it will run the current command. Alright, so let's see the working of it in bash, that how we can use this command in bash. So this is our script for this command. So what this command will do here, it will create a new txt file that is tmp, and it will write the content into the text file that is hello world. Because the last line of the script is echo hello world, it means that it has to put some data into the newly created text file that is essentially tmp. Alright, I'm gonna copy my code into my script.sh file, and let's go back to our terminal. Alright, so this is our terminal. Let's execute my script.sh file. And you can see that it has created a new file on the desktop that is tmp, and the content of this file will be hello world. Alright, so this is how you can use the execute or exec command in bash. Alright, so now let's move on to our next script, eval command.
The eval command is used to print the arguments on the terminal. Whatever the string it will take as an argument, it will print on the terminal. It is a very useful command of bash and it is very simple to use. So let's see that how we can use this command in our bash script. Alright, so this is our script. Whenever you have to use eval command, you have to write it like this. And after that you have to write any string value what it will take as an argument and it will print it on the terminal. So I'm gonna copy this script into my script.sh file and let's go back to our terminal and try to execute our script. So currently the argument that we have passed to the eval command is hello world, so it will print this on the terminal. Alright, so let's execute our script, myscript.sh, and you can see that it has printed on the terminal hello world. So this is eval command for you and this is how it works. I hope you got my point.
Okay, from here onwards we'll try our bash example in the VS Code, because in this we have an integrated terminal and we can write our script here and get the output in the terminal. The next script that we are going to try is for loop list of values. In this, we'll see that how can we write a for loop in bash. For writing a for loop, we'll just type for, declare a variable here that we are going to use in the for loop, let's say I, and then we'll provide a list here like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we echo $i like this is the value. After saving the file, if we run our script, we can see the output. This is the value 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. But what if we want to loop on range of numbers? So the next example that we are going to try is a for loop on range of numbers, because we can't write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we'll give range here in curly braces and we'll just say let's say 10 to 20. Alright, now if I save the file and run the script again, we can see this value 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 onward to 20. So this is how we can use for loop on a range of numbers. The next example that we are going to try is for loop output of command. In this we need a file.txt. So let's create a file.txt in the same directory, in which we'll write something and later access it using the for loop, like writing something in file. We have it here. After saving the file, let's move to our bash example.sh file, and in this we'll write for I in $parenthesis get file.txt, and now we'll echo $i. Now if I save the file and run the script again in the terminal, we can see in the output writing something in file. We have it here. Alright, the next example that we're going to try is using for loop to search for files in the directory. So first let's make a couple of files in the same directory. And now if we want to list all the files in the same directory, we can use for loop to list them, like for I in /steric.txt. After saving the file, running the script in the terminal, we can get the list of all the files in the same directory. So this is the for loop that runs through the current directory and print out all files with .txt extension. In the next example, we are going to see that how can we use for loop with conditional break. So let me clear the terminal as well and remove those files as well. Now if we want to use conditional break with the for loop, the syntax is very simple. First, let's say we want to try the for loop from 1 to 10, curly braces 1 to 10, and now we'll apply if in the for loop. Now after saving the file and running the script, we can see in the output we get the list from 1, 2, 3 and 4. So this is how we can create a for loop to print from 1 to 10 But if we put a condition inside a for loop to print till 4 and after that break out of for loop. We have tried break in the for loop, but in the next example we are going to see how can we use continue in the for loop. So if we want to use continue, let's change the condition here like $i is equal to 5 and continue if $i is equal to 5, else echo I. Now after saving the file and running the script, we can see that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is skipped and later 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. Alright, after learning all about for loop, let's move towards the while loop. Alright, in this example we are going to try while loop with integer counter. First we'll initialize a variable I is equal to 0 and later we'll write while loop with double parenthesis syntax, and in this we'll write ++i less than or equal to 5, and in the body of the while loop we'll write echo counter is at $i. Let's write done at the end of the while loop, save the file and run the script. We can see the output counter is at 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. The while loop worked perfectly. In the next example we are going to try until loop based on file size. Let's make 2 files in the directory, and now in the bash example we'll write until loop in which we'll increase the size of the file until it reaches 2 KB. Alright, after writing this code, save the file and run the script in the terminal, we can see after a while that the new size of file exceeded target of 2 KB. This was just a demonstration that how we can use until loop based on a file size. Alright, now in the next example we'll see how can we create an array variable and access by index. In bash we can create an array using parenthesis syntax like this. And access it using the square bracket syntax. If we save the file and run the script in the terminal, we can see in the output that we have got the second index element Mercedes. In the next example, we are going to see how can we create an associative array variable and access it using index. The syntax for creating an associative array is very simple. Like first we declare the variable, and later we'll create an associative array like this. And now if we want to access any associative index, we'll simply write car and in the square brackets like Honda. After saving the file and running the script, we can see in the output that we have got Swick. Alright. In the next example, we are going to see how can we access array members with loop. So first let's create an array, a simple array. And then we will apply a for loop. In this for loop, we will iterate through every element of the car and get the output. So let's save the file and run the script. We can get every element of the car, BMW, Toyota and Honda. Alright. In the next example, we are going to see how can we use a time command. If we want to know about the time of the file like our bash example.sh, we'll simply write time and our file name, which is bash examples. It will give us the time like real time, user and system. This is how we can just use time command when running the script to get time details such as real time, system time and user time. Now similarly, if we want to print it, we'll simply first write a variable in our script file like var is equal to $date. and later we'll echo var. Save the file and run the script. Oops, I made a mistake in the syntax. It's not curly braces, it's parenthesis. Sorry for that. And here we'll write date. Let me clear this. And now save the file and run the script again. That's how we can get the date as well. In the next example, we are going to see how can we print date with different formats. So let me clear the terminal and clear that as well. These are some of the different ways to print date. Like in this format, we'll get date with the dashes, and in this format with %d, we can get date with the slashes, and %y, it will print out the year only. Let's run the script. Well, first let me save the file and run the script. As we can see in the output, these are some of the different ways to print date. In the next example, we are going to print second elapsed for block of a code. Now in this code, we will iterate through the loop for 3 times. We have echoed out writing code in curly braces to calculate time. So let's save the file and run the script. As you can see in the output, it has printed writing code in curly braces to calculate time 3 times, and then it printed it takes 0.00 seconds to complete this task. Now let's move to our next example, in which we'll see how can we read text from a file and print it to the screen. So for that, let me first clear the terminal and clear the bash examples file as well. For this example, I'm going to write some code to which I'll explain later. But before that, we'll create a file in the same directory from where we'll read text, in which we'll write some couple of lines and then we'll try to read it. Let's write the code for reading text from file. Now in this example, we have write a while loop in which we are feeding it a file.txt, and then we will echo out every line using while loop. So let's save the file and run the script. As you can see, it has printed out writing something here it is, and hi from Linux end. Now in the next example, we'll see how can we read text from a file using an if condition. Like if we want to print only the first line or seconds, so we'll write if condition like this. Now here we have put a condition that if n is greater than 2, then break the while loop. So let's see, save the file and run the script. As you can see, it has printed out only 2 lines. Let's move to our next example, in which we'll see how can we use basic read command. In this example, we'll use read command to get input from the user and then we'll echo it out. Now let's save the file and run the script. After running the script, as you can see, it is asking me to please enter 3 words followed by enter. So let's write awesome, fantastic, and great. And it will echo it out, hello, awesome, fantastic, great. Now in the next example, let's see how can we use read command into an array. Now in this example, we are getting data or array from the user, and then we'll echo it out using the for loop. So let's save the file and run the script. Now if I run the script, it will ask me to enter an array. Now let's enter an array. For example, the name of the cars like Toyota, BMW, Honda, and Kia. Now when I hit enter, you will see that it will print out the given input array member are as follows: Toyota, BMW, Honda, and Kia. That's great. So this is how we can use read command for entering input into an array and then displaying members of array. Let me clear the terminal and move to the next example, in which we'll see that how can we use read command with delimiter. So for this example as well, I'll write the code first and then explain it later. Now in this, we have provided OR as a delimiter to the read command, ifs is equal to OR. Now if we save the file and run the script, we can see that it will print hello car is BMW and model is i8. So this is how we can use delimiter with read command. In the next example, we'll see how can we use read command with timeout. So for that, let me clear the terminal and clear the bash examples file as well and write some code. Now in this example, we have set the timeout for 14 seconds. Now when I save the file and run the script, it will ask me to press enter key or wait for 14 seconds. Now if I press enter key, it will stop, or otherwise it will wait for 14 seconds and then it will print date. So this is how we can use timeout with read command. Let's move to our next example, in which we'll see how can we use menu option with select command. Let me clear the terminal and clear the bash examples file and write some code. Now in this example, we have first created out an array cars with the elements BMW, Toyota and Honda, and later using the select command we'll echo out the chosen car by the user. So first save the file and run the script. It is asking us to please choose a car company. Now if I enter 2, it will print out Toyota, that you choose Toyota, and if I enter 3, it will print out that you choose Honda, and if I enter 4 like quit, it will obviously get me out of the select command. So this is how we can use menu of car companies using select. Now let's move to our next example, in which we'll see how can we make a menu option with select command from array variable. Now in this example, we are doing kind of a same task but using the different technique using an array. So in this we have first created a cars array, BMW, Toyota and Honda, and then we'll echo out the selected car using the select statement. So let's save the file and run the script. Now when I hit 2, it will obviously print out that you choose Toyota. The selected car company is Toyota. Awesome. Now if I run the script again and I choose somewhere wrong like 5, it will obviously print out wrong selection, select any number from 1 to 3. So now if I choose 1 again, it will print BMW and break the select statement. So this is how we can use menu of car companies with select from an array variable. Let me clear the terminal and clear the bash example file as well to move to our next example, in which we'll see how can we split string by space. Splitting a string by space is very easy. We can simply assign the whole line to the for loop and then we will echo every word. So let's save the file and see the output. Let's run the script. As you can see, it has printed out the whole line separated by space. This is a line which would have spaces. In the next example, we'll see how can we split string by a custom delimiter. So for that purpose, let's first clear the terminal and we'll write some lines like this. Now in this, we have supposed that our delimiter is exclamation mark. So we are going to split the string on the base of exclamation mark using the while loop like this. So let's save the file and run the script to see the output. As you can see that we have split the string using a custom delimiter. Alright, now let's move to our next example, in which we'll see how can we split string into array variables. In this example, we'll split the string into the array variables. We will apply a for loop over that array variable and then echo out every word. So let's save the file and run the script to see the output. As you can see, it has splitted string into array variables and echo out every word. Alright, now let's move to our next example, in which we'll see how can we split string by multi-byte delimiter. For this example, I'll write code first and then explain it later. This is a bit lengthy code. Let me zoom out a little bit to understand it better, and let me shorten the terminal window as well. Now in this example, we are going to pass through the whole line using the while loop while I is less than line length, and if delimiter is equal to line length, then keep on merging array. And after getting done with the while loop, declare -p my array. Now let's save the file and run the script to see the output. As you can see, it has splitted string by multi-byte delimiter. Alright, that's great. Now let's clear the terminal and clear the bash example file as well to try our next example, in which we'll see that how can we use bash command line option with position. For that purpose, we'll first echo out $1 and $2 like first and second position, and then we'll run the script with the two options. So first let's echo $1 and $2. Now let's save the file and run the script with the two values like John, Joe. As you can see, it has printed out first and second position values. Similarly, in the next example, we'll see that how can we parse command line option with shift command. So for that purpose, we'll first write shift command and then echo 0, 1, 2 and 3. Now after writing these lines, save the file and run the script with options like BMW, Honda and Toyota. Now when I hit enter, it will print out the options. Alright, now let's move to our next example. In this example, we are going to see how can we use parse command line using getOpt. For this example, I am going to paste some code to which I will explain it later. Now, using this code, I am going to parse command line using getOpt. GetOpt's command is supposed to be used inside a while loop, so all options are passed. Then immediately after the getOpt keywords, we have defined the options that our script will accept. They are X, Y and Z. Now if we save the file and run the script with the -x, it will print out this is X. And if we go with the -y, it will print this is Y. Now if we go with the -z, we need to provide arguments as well, like John. And it will print the value provided is John. And if we go for the value except X, Y and Z like -a, it will print illegal option -a. In the next example, we are going to see how can we read password from stdin without printing it. We will intentionally print it, but while we will type, it won't appear. After writing this code, let's save the file and run the script. It will ask me to enter a password. So let's type Linux123. As you can see, it didn't show me anything, but when I hit enter, it will echo thanks for putting in your password, which is Linux123. Awesome. Now let's move to our next example. For trying this example, we'll first have a car.txt file in which we will have the name of the cars. Now after creating this car.txt, let's move to the bash example.sh file in which we will write cat car.txt pipe sort. Now after saving this file, let's run the script. As you can see, it is sorted using the pipe syntax. Similarly, let's take a look at another example, cat pipe word count. How can we do that? So we can do that simply writing wc-w. And now if I save the file and run the script again, it will print out 5. That's great. Now let's move to our next example. In this example, we are going to see how can we use bash script to read from stdin and send data using pipe. So I will write a code first and explain it later. Now in this example, we are reading every line from the car.txt using while loop, and then we are copying it to the new.txt. So let's save the file, and if we take a look at our directory using ls, we can see that there are only 3 files, bash examples, car.txt and file.txt. And now if I run the script, after running the script, if I take a look at the directory again using ls, we have a new.txt. And now if we cat new.txt, it will have all the card names. That's great. Alright, now let's move to the next example. In this example, we are going to see how can we echo to bc command for a simple math expression. So I will write a little bit of code first and explain it later. Now in this example, I have used 5 simple math expressions such as addition, subtraction, multiplication, division and modulus. So let's save the file and run the script. We will definitely have the results 60, 40, 500, 5 and oh. Awesome. Let's move to the next example. In this example, we are going to see how can we echo to PC command for a more complex math expression. So let me write a code first and explain it later. Now in this example, I've used more complex math expression using basic command. So let's save the file and run the script. We'll definitely have a complex result. Alright, now let's move to the next example. In this example, we are going to see how can we print a common text using function and then call that function multiple times. So let me write a function first, echo something in it, and then call it multiple times. Alright, in this example, I have simply created a function first and then call it multiple times. Let's save the file and see the output in the terminal. As you can see, it has printed hello, this is a text 3 times. That's great. Let's move to our next example. Now in this example, we are going to see how can we use a function which returns a string. So let's create a function which returns a string. Alright, now in this example, I have created a function in which I have returned a string, hello, this is a text. But after creating the function, I have created a variable with the name RETSTR and in which I have assigned it a string bash is excellent, echo that out, then I call the function and later I will echo it out to see the difference in the returned string. So let's save the file and run the script. As you can see, it has first printed bash is excellent from here and then after the function call, it has echoed out hello, this is a text. That's awesome. Let's move to the next example. In this example, we are going to see how can a function takes parameter and returns sum. So let's create a function in which we'll return a sum. Now in this example, I have created a function in which I have added 2 variables 5 and 4 here and then I echoed out sum is sum. 5 plus 4 should be the 9. So let's save the file and run the script. As you can see, it has printed out sum is 9. That's great. Now let's move to our next example. In this example, we are going to see how can we use tput command to print string. In this example, we are simply printing a string in bold. So let's save the file and run the script to see the output. As you can see, it has printed the string in bold characters. Let's move to the next example. In this example, we are going to see how can we use tput command to print numbers, like we want to print the columns of the terminal. Let's save the file and see the output. As you can see, it has printed out the columns of the terminal 123. Let's move to the next example. In this example, we are going to see how can we use tput command to move cursor in terminal to arbitrary location. Now in this example, we have simply moved the cursor 10 from the top and 10 from the left. So let's save the file and see. As you can see, the terminal is moved a little bit right and 10 rows from the top. That's great. Let's clear the terminal and move to the next example. In this example, we are going to see how can we use tput command to clear the terminal. Now in this example, when I'll run script in the terminal will get clear. So let's see, save the file and run the script. As you can see, it has cleared the terminal. Now let's move to the next example. In this example, we are going to see how can we use tput to print attributes of terminal. Now this script will simply print attributes of terminal. So let's save the file and see the output in the terminal. That's it. That's how we can use tput to print attributes of terminal. Let's clear the terminal and move to the next example. In this example, we are going to see how can we use tput to print more complex attributes of terminal. In this script, we are simply printing out lines, columns, and colors of the terminal. So let's save the file and run the script to see the output. As you can see, it has printed out more results. Now let's clear the terminal and move to the next example. In this example, we are going to see how can we assign string variable with declare. In this script, we have simply declared a variable and then echo it out. So let's save the file and see the output in the terminal by running the script. As you can see, it has printed out the string variable with declare. Now let's move to the next example. In this example, we'll check if variable created with declare or not. Now in this example, we have simply declared a variable and then echo it out. And in the if statement, we have checked if it is declared or not. If var is not declared, then echo var is not declared. Else echo var is declared and set to the variable whatever we have assigned it, like string variable with declare. So let's save the file and run the script. As you can see, it has printed out first the string variable with declare, and later from the else block, it has printed var is declared and set to the string variable with declare. Awesome. Let's move to the next example. In this example, we are going to see how can we use an option for declare to name ref alias. Now, in this example, we have first assigned a to the bar variable and then assigned the bar to the foo using declare and then echo foo and bar. And later we have assigned b to the foo and then again echo out foo and bar. It will first print a and then b. So let's see, save the file and run the script in the terminal. As you can see, it has printed out a and b. This is how we can use n options for declare to name ref aliases. So let's clear the terminal and move to the next example. In this example, we are going to see how can we force variable to integer with declare. In this example, we have first assigned 2 to the string variable and then using declare we have forced an integer to the variable and then echo string. So obviously it should print 3. So let's save the file and run the script to see the output. Awesome. This is how we can force integer to the variable with declare. Let's clear the terminal and move to the next example. In this example, we are going to see how can we force case with declare. In this example, we have just forced the case with declare. So let's save the file and see the output. It has printed 4. So this is how we can force case with declare and using another variable inside case. Alright, now let's clear the terminal and move to the next example. In this example, we are going to see how can we declare a read-only variable. In this example, we have just declared a variable author with the read-only -r and assigned Linux into it. And later we have changed it to someone else, but when we echo out author, it should print Linux int because it is read-only. So let's save the file and run the script to see the output. As you can see, it has shown first that line for author read-only variable and then it printed Linux int. Awesome. So this is how we can declare a read-only variable. Let's clear the terminal and move to the next example. In this example, we're going to see how can we use indexed arrays with declare. Now in this example, we have just declared an indexed array and then accessed 0th index and all the indexes. So let's save the file and run the script and the output should be the 0th index Linux and Linux Ubuntu Linux int in the second echo. That's great. So let's clear the terminal and move to the next example. In this example, we're going to see how can we make an associative array with declare. In this simple example, we have declared an associative array and then access values. Let's save the file and see the output. It should print the channel name, the website name first and then channel name, YouTube and Linux int. Awesome. Let's clear the terminal and move to the next example. In this example, we are going to see how can we automatically answer question with a yes command. So we are going to copy the file.txt content to the new.txt and override with automatically yes answer. Now if we save the file and run the script, it will ask for the overwriting privileges, but it will automatically answer yes. As you can see, it is done. So let's clear the terminal and move to the next example. In this example, we are going to see how can we use AND operator to run second command only if first succeed. So we are going to declare two variables and then we are going to write an if statement with an AND operator and echo either condition passed or get failed. Now in this example, I have hard-coded the variable values to the 4 and 2. Sorry, it's S2. Okay. Now, in this condition, S1 is greater than S2, it's true, but it is not, S1 is not equal to 3. So, in case if this condition gets true, but it will still echo out the condition failed. So, let's save the file and run the script. As you can see, condition is failed. Now, if we change the variable S1 to the S3, now the condition will get passed. Awesome. Well, let's clear the terminal and move to the next example. In this example, we are going to see how can we use OR operator to run second command only if first fails. So instead of writing AND, we are going to write OR operator with the pipe syntax. In this example, I have assigned 3 to the S1 and 4 to the S2, which means S1 is smaller than the S4 and the first condition of the if statement will get failed and it will go for the second statement and print condition passed. So let's save the file and run the script. As you can see, it passed the condition on the base of second argument because it was false. Let's clear the terminal and move to the next script. In this example, we are going to see how can we use xargs to operate on all files in directory. In this example, we are listing out all the files with the name of file file, and then we are printing word counts. So let's save the file and run the script. As you can see, there was only one file in this directory, so it has printed out 3, 16 and 82 with the file.txt. Alright, now let's clear the terminal and move to the next script. In this example, we are going to see how can we wait for another command to complete. In this example, we are going to wait for the process ID first and then echo these two commands. Now if we save the file and run the script, it will first echo out the first two statements and then the last two statements. But if I comment out this wait line, you will notice that the order will not be the same. It has first printed the testing wait command 1 from here, and then it has echoed out these two statements instead of this. So this means that wait command is waiting for the process ID to get finished first and then echo these two commands. Alright, so now let's clear the terminal and move to the next example. In this example, we are going to see how can we combine kill and wait commands. Now in this example, we have simply used kill command with the wait command. So let's save the file and run the script. As you can see, it has simply printed out testing wait command and PID, which was 316524, was terminated. So this was just a basic demonstration that how can we use kill and wait command combine. So let's clear the terminal and move to the next example. In this example, we are going to see how can we use wildcard on file selection. So let's first create some files in the directory with the file1, file2 and file z name. As you can see, I have created 3 files in the same directory, and if I ls in the terminal, you can see the files are here as well. Now, in order to use wildcard on file selection, we'll write the script like this. Now this script will list down all the files with the name of file, either that is file1, file2 or file z or file.txt. So let's save the script and run the script in the terminal. As you can see, it has printed out 4 files, file1, 2, file.txt and file z. Awesome. Let's clear the terminal and move to the next script. In this example, we are going to see how can we use question mark wildcard on file selection. For example, we don't know the character of any file somewhere in between, so we can use a question mark instead of that character. Like if we want to search for a file Z, but we don't know either it is FIL or something A, B, C or E, so we use question mark and then write C. So let's save the script and run the script in the terminal. As you can see, it has printed out file Z. Awesome. Let's clear the terminal and move to the next script, in which we're going to see how can we use square brackets on file selection. For example, we want to search for the file 1 and file 2, so we can use file and then square brackets with 1 and 2. Now it will print the both file 1 and file 2 file. As you can see in the terminal, after running the script, it has printed out 2 files. Now let's clear the terminal and move to the next script. In this example, we are going to see how can we use pipe for file selection option. So we will list down files whose name starts from either F to, let's say, Z. In this example, we are first listing out the files whose names start from file to Z onwards, and then we are printing the word count using the pipe syntax. So let's save the file and run the script. As you can see, it has printed out 5. In this example, we are first listing out the files whose names start from F to H, and then we are printing word count of that file. So let's save the file and run the script. As you can see, it has printed out 4 because there were only 4 lines in that file, and there is nothing in file 1 or file 2, so it has printed 4. Now let's clear the terminal and move to the next script. In this example, we are going to see how can we use brace expansion comma separated list. Now if I save the file and run the script, it will print out Linux 1, Linux 2, Linux 3 and Linux A, Linux B, Linux C. Awesome. Now let's clear the terminal and move to the next example. In this example, we are going to see how can we use brace expansion range. Now in this example, we are first echoing out letters from A to E, then M to Z and 1 to 12. So let's save the file and run the script As you can see, it has printed out A, B, C and E, then M1 to the M12, and then N1 to the N12 and onwards to the Z. Awesome. So let's clear the terminal and move to the next script. In this example, we are going to see how can we use brace expansion with preamble. Now if we save the file and run the script, it will print out file 1A, file 1B, file 1C, and same goes for the file 2. As you can see in the output, it goes perfectly fine. Now let's clear the terminal and move to the next script. In this example, we are going to see how can we perform operations on list of files with brace expansion. Now in this example, we are making 3 directories, 4, 5 and 6, and then listing it down. So let's save the file and run the script. It will first create 3 directories and then list them down. As you can see, now we have 3 more directories in the same directory. Awesome. Let's clear the terminal and move to the next script. In this example, we are going to see how can we reference home directory using tilde. So it is very simple. We will echo with the tilde. So if I save the file, it will obviously echo out the home directory, home/Linux user. Awesome. Now let's clear the terminal and move to the next script. In this example, we are going to see how can we use parameter expansion for printing constant or variable if unset. So the syntax for the constant or variable if unset is this. So let's save the file and run the script to print the constant or variable unset. Awesome. Now let's clear the terminal and move to the next script, in which we are going to see how can we use substring expansion for printing part of a string. Now in this example, we are first echoing out the whole variable, and then we are going to echo *var from 0 to 6, only united part. Okay, so let's save the file and run the script. As you can see in the output, it has first printed out the whole variable and then from 0th index to the 6th index only. So let's clear the terminal and move to the next script, in which we are going to see how can we use parameter expansion for assigning constant to a variable if set. Now in this example, we are simply assigning a value to a variable or constant if unset. So let's save the file and run the script. You can see we have assigned a value successfully. So let's clear the terminal and move to the next script. Now in this example, we are going to see how can we check if file executable and set if not. Now in this example, we have simply just assigned a file1 to the file variable and then check either it is executable or not using if statement. If it is executable, we'll echo out file is executable. Otherwise, we'll echo file is not executable, then change its mode to the executable mode and then print file is executable now. Of course, file1 is not executable, so it will go for the else block. So let's save the file and run the script. As you can see, file was not executable, but it later make it executable. Now if I list down the files in the directory using -l command, it will show that it is executable now. Awesome. So let's clear the terminal and move to the next script. Now in this example, we're going to see that how can we check if file is owned by user and set if not. So for that purpose, we'll simply just check using -o command, and let's change the statements as well. And in order to give privileges to the user, we'll use this command sudo chown linux user file. So let's save the file and run the script. Since I have created the file, so it will go for the echo file is owned by the currently login user. Let's save the file and run the script in the terminal. As you can see, it has printed out file is owned by the currently login user. So let's clear the terminal and move to the next example. In this example, we're going to see how can we use wc command to count lines in a file. In this example, we are simply printing out the word count of the file.txt. So let's save the file and run the script. It has printed out that number of lines in the file are 3. Now let's clear the terminal and move to the next example, in which we are going to see how can we use wc command to count characters in a file. So for counting lines, we use -l. In order to count characters, we'll use -c. Simple. Let's save the file and run the script. it will print out the number of characters 82 in the file.txt. Awesome. Now let's clear the terminal and move to the next example, in which we are going to see how can we combine ls and wc using pipe to count files in a directory. So let's save the file and run the script to have an output like this. So this is how we can use ls and wc command and combine them using a pipe. So let's clear the terminal and move to the next script, in which we are going to see how can we use head command with the default arguments. In this example, we have assigned file.txt to a file variable, and then we are echoing out file using the head command and with the sudo privileges. So let's save the file and run the script. It will first ask me for the password of Linux user and then echo out the 4 lines of the file.txt. Awesome. Let's clear the terminal and move to the next example, in which we are going to see how can we use head command to print first 2 or 3 or n number of lines. So we will simply put -n number of lines and then number of lines in the digital form like 2. So let's save the file and run the script. As you can see, it has only printed out the first 2 lines. So let me clear the terminal and move to the next example, in which we are going to see how can we use tail command with default arguments. So instead of head, we'll use tail now. So let's save the file and run the script. It will print out the 4 lines again. But in the next example, we are going to see that how can we use tail command to print the last 2 or 3 or n number of lines. So just like for the head, we're going to use tail -n and 2 lines. So let's save the file and run the script. As you can see, it has printed out the last 2 lines. That's great. Now let's clear the terminal and move to the next script, in which we are going to see how can we use find command to locate matching pattern files. There can be multiple scenarios that you don't remember the total file name, like you know the first 2 or 3 characters or the last 2 or 3 characters, so we'll try all of them. Like if we know the file name, we can do like this. It will obviously print out the file.txt. So let's save the file and run the script. Awesome. Now, for example, you don't remember the last 2 characters of the file, so instead of writing Elif, we'll use steric. Now let's save the file and run the script. It will still print out the file.txt. Awesome. Now if we don't remember the first 2 characters, so we can use steric in the start as well. So let's save the file and run the script. It will print file.txt. Now if we just only remember the I and we don't know either the start was F, so we'll use steric, I and steric. So let's save the file and run the script. It will still print file.txt. Awesome. Let me clear the terminal and move to the next example, in which we are going to see how can we use find command to locate files based on date. Now in this example, we are first finding out the file1 from the directory and then using the grep command and giving it the argument of October 28. It will print out every file1 in the same directory if it is generated on the October 28. So let's save the file and run the script. It will print out only the file1 which is generated today, October 28. Awesome. Now let's clear the terminal and move to the next script, in which we are going to see how can we use cut command to parse delimiter columns of data. So in order to try this example, let's open up the file.txt and make columns in this file using tab. So let's save the file.txt and go back to the bash examples.sh, in which we are going to write cut command to parse delimiter columns of a data, like the 4th column. Now if we save the file and run the script in the terminal, it will only print out the 4th column from the file.txt is Linux int 4th line. Isn't it? Yes. And if we want to give a range like 2 to 3, so we can do like this. Now if we save the file and run the script, it will print out the 2nd and 3rd column from the file.txt, as you can see here. Awesome. Now let's clear the terminal and move to the next example. In this example, we are going to see how can we use grep command to search for a pattern. So in the terminal, we will first use the cat command to see the file.txt. Okay, this is what we have in the file.txt. Now let's use the grep command to search for the sum word. As you can see, it has searched for the word some from the something and printed it out. Alright, now let me clear the terminal and move to the next example, in which we will see how can we use grep command to search for a lack of pattern. To search for a lack of pattern using the grep command, we'll use -v like this. Now let me open up the file.txt here. As you can see, all the three other lines include is. So it has only printed the first line in which there is no is. That's great. Now let me clear the terminal and move to the next example, in which we'll see how can we use grep command to search for a case insensitive pattern. For that purpose, we'll use -i. For example, we want to search for the word Linux, although it is in capital letter, but we'll search it using the small letter, but with the -i. Okay, it worked perfectly fine, but if I search for the word Linux instead of using -i, obviously it won't get any result. So -i used to search for case insensitive pattern. Let me clear the terminal and move to the next example, in which we'll see how can we use grep command with wildcard. For example, in file.txt we want to search for the this, but we just remember the first two letters and don't know what's next to it. So let's search for this using the static syntax. As you can see in the output, it has only printed out the three lines which include thi. Awesome. Let's clear the terminal and move to the next example, in which we'll see how can we use grep command to search all files in directory recursive. In our previous example of grep command, we are just searching in the single file file.txt. Now as you know, we have another file new.txt which includes same lines. So to search all the files in directory, we'll use -r with the grep command. As you can see in the output, it has printed out three lines from each of the file, from the file.txt as well as from the new.txt. Awesome. Now let's clear the terminal and move to the next example, in which we'll see how can we use grep command to search for file in directory. Like we search for a pattern in a file and get the output of the file name. As you can see from the whole directory, there were only two files which includes thi static, file.txt and new.txt. So it has printed out only two files. Awesome. Now let's clear the terminal and move to the next example, in which we'll see how can we use variables in AWK. So for that purpose, the syntax is very simple. Now in this, we have created a variable with the name of site and assigned it a value Linux int and then printed. So let's save the file and run the script in the terminal. As you can see, it has printed out the variable site which includes Linux int. Awesome. Now let's clear the terminal and move to the next example, in which we'll see how does AWK helps in splitting on white spaces. So basically AWK offers built-in $1 for the first word, $2 for the second word and $3 for the third word in a line. So if we want to print writing something here, we can do like this. Now in this, we have simply printed out the second and third index values, which is something and here. Alright, now let's save the file and run the script in the terminal. As you can see, it has printed out something here, here it, this is, and is the from every line of the file second and third index. Alright, now let's clear the terminal and move to the next example, in which we'll see how does AWK helps to print last field in each line. For printing the last field of any line, we can simply use $nf for that. Now let's save the file and run the script. As you can see, we have only got the last columns of every line. Here is Linux int and line. Alright, that's great. Now let's clear the terminal and move to the next example, in which we'll see how can we use AWK and use custom delimiter. For that purpose, we'll run this script. Now in this simple example, we are just replacing the space with the dash. Now let's save the file and run the script in the terminal. As you can see in the output, every space is replaced by the dash. Alright, let's clear the terminal and move to the next example. In this example, we'll see how can we use AWK to print only match of regex. So for example, from the file.txt, we are going to search for here using regex. So the script would be like this. Now let's save the file and run the script. As you can see, it has only printed out three lines which include here. Awesome. Now let's clear the terminal and move to the next example, in which we'll see how can we use AWK with if-else condition. So for that purpose, we'll run this script. Now in this example, we are going through each line of the file.txt and checking if at the first index the word is writing, then print yes it is, otherwise print no it is not. So for these 5 lines, it should print yes it is, no it is not, and so on. Now let's save the file and run the script in the terminal. As you can see, it has printed out yes it is, no it is not, and so on. Awesome. Now let's clear the terminal and move to the next example, in which we'll see how can we use AWK with ternary operator. So instead of writing this long code, we can make it shorter using the ternary operator, like this. Now in this, we are doing the same task. We are first checking if at the first index the word is writing, then print yes it is, otherwise print no it is not. So let's save the file and run the script in the terminal to have an output. As you can see, we have got the same output. Awesome. Now let's clear the terminal and move to the next example, in which we are going to see how can we use set command to replace matching text. So for that purpose, we will run this command. Now in this simple example, we are just replacing here with the where in the file.txt. So let's save the file and run the script. As you can see, here is replaced by the where everywhere. That's great. Now let's clear the terminal and move to the next example, in which we'll see how can we use set to replace second instance of matching text online. So in the file.txt, we are going to replace is with the where. Alright, because we have 2 instances in a single line. So for that purpose, let's write is here and write 2 here for the purpose that we want to change the second instance. Alright, now let's save the file and run the script. As you can see, the first is same, but the second is changed to where. Awesome. Now let's clear the terminal and move to the next example, in which we'll see how can we use set command to delete specific line. For example, we want to delete the second line from the file.txt, this one. So we'll run this command, set to d for delete from the file.txt. Now if we save the file and run the script, as you can see, the second line is deleted. Awesome. Let's clear the terminal and move to the next example, in which we'll see how can we use set to add a line before matched line. For example, we want to add a line before this writing something here. So we'll search for the writing using the regex and add the before word before this line. So for that purpose, we'll run this script. Now in this example, we are simply just searching for the writing using the regex and then adding a line before the matched line. So let's save the file and run the script. As you can see, the before word is included before the writing something here line. Awesome. Now similarly, in the next example, we'll see how can we use set to add a line after matched line. So for that purpose, we'll use a instead of I here and replace the word, let's say, after. Now let's save the file and see the output. As you can see, the after word is added after the line writing something here. Awesome. Now let's clear the terminal and move to the next example, in which we'll see how can we use sort command to sort data in a file. So for example, we have a car.txt file here in which we have the name of the cars and we want to sort it out. So to sort the data in this file, we'll run this script, sort car.txt. As you can see, the name of the cars are sorted out perfectly. Awesome. Now let's clear the terminal and move to the next example, in which we'll see how can we sort data by ignoring the case. So for that purpose, let's create a new file in which we'll have case insensitive items. Alright, after creating this file, let's sort it out using the -f flag with the sort command. As you can see, the case.txt file is sorted out perfectly. Alright, now let's clear the terminal and move to the next example, in which we'll see how can we use sort command to sort the data numerically. Alright, so for that purpose, let's edit a case.txt file and enter some numerical values here. Alright, after creating this file and entering some numerical values, let's save the file and sort it using the -n flag with the sort command. Now as you can see, the case.txt file is sorted out numerically perfectly fine. Awesome. Now let's clear the terminal and move to our next example, in which we'll see how can we print unique data with unique command. Now basically the unique command is used to filter out the repeated lines in the file like this. So if we print the file.txt using the unique command, it will print out only 4 lines instead of 5. For example, as you can see, it has printed out only 4 lines as I said before. Now if you want to print the count as well, so you can use -c flag with this. Now as you can see, it has printed that this line is repeated 2 times. Now if you want to print only the repeated line instead of all others, we can use the d flag as well. As you can see, it has only printed out the repeated line. That's great. Now let's clear the terminal and move to the next example.
Alright, so now let's move on to our next script. The name of the script is count unique lines in file with sort, unique and wc command. In this script, we will see the use of these 3 commands, that is sort, unique and wc. So this is our script. First of all, what we have to do, we have to enter the file name where we have stored the data. Alright, so here we are reading the file name and we have applied the if condition here. If -f file name, it means that it will check if the file name exists, then it will return true, otherwise it will return false. So -f flag is used to check the existence of file. If the file exists, then what it has to do, it has to apply the sort command on the file name. So sort command will basically sort out all the data into the file. After that, we have applied the unique command, which will basically count the unique words in a file. So this is our script. Let me just copy this script into our script.sh file. This is our script.sh file. And if the file does not exist, what it will do, it will execute the else command and it will print on the terminal, the file does not exist. Let's open up our terminal. This is our terminal. Let's execute our script. Enter the file name. We have a file.txt in which I have stored the data. So alright, it is basically first of all sorting all the data into the file, then it is counting the unique lines. So Linux int appears 3 times in the file, welcome appears 1 time in the file, hello appears 1 time in the file, bmw appears 1 time, and so on od. So this is how you can sort your data in a file and you can print the unique data. Alright, now let's move on to our next script. The name of the next script is convert data to the uppercase with tr command. The tr command is used to convert the data into the uppercase or lowercase. If all the data is in the lowercase, then we can convert all the data into the uppercase and vice versa. The use of the tr command is very easy in script. So let's see that how we can use it. This is our script. Let me just copy this script into our script.sh file. And I will explain all these steps one by one. So first of all, we have to enter the file name and then we have applied the if condition to check the existence of the file. And if the file exists, then we have to apply the tr command. So what the tr command will do, this is the syntax of writing the tr command. Tr small a to z, then it has to convert all the data into the capital letters. So first we have to write here small a to z. And then we have to write capital A to Z in order to convert all the data into the capital letters. And here we have specified the name of the file as well because it has to read all the data from this file. So if the file does not exist, it will execute the else command and it will print on the terminal the file does not exist. Alright, this is our file.txt in which you can see that all the data is in the small letters. So now let's go to our terminal and try to execute our script.sh. The name of the file is file.txt and you can see that it has converted all the data into the capital letters. Hello, welcome, Linux int, BMW, Audi and Suzuki. So this is the conversion of the data into the capital letters. Alright, now let's move on to our next script, which is convert data to lowercase with tr command. Previously we have converted all the data into the uppercase letters. Now we have to convert all the data into the lowercase letters. All the things will remain same in our script.sh file. But here we have to change the first argument of the tr command. So if all the data is in capital letters or uppercase letters, so what it has to do, it has simply convert it into the lowercase letters. Alright, so this is the minor change that we have to do in our script. So let's go to our terminal again and try to execute our script. Alright, file.txt. So you can see that it has printed all the data into the lowercase letters. Although all the data is into the lowercase letters in file.txt, let me just put some data in uppercase letters so we can notice the change as well. So here in file.txt, some of the data is now in uppercase letters, and you will see that it will convert all the data into the lowercase letters. Alright, file.txt, and you can see that it has converted the uppercase hello letters into the lowercase. I hope you got my point. Alright, now let's move on to our next script. The name of the script is create a tar file. So in this example, we will learn that how we can create the tar file by using the tar command. It is super easy to perform the job. So let us go back to our script.sh file. Alright, so this is the script to create a tar file. First of all, we have to specify the name of the file that we want to convert into the tar file. So here we are getting the name of the file from the user. So if the file name exists, then we have applied the tar command here. The tar command is used to create the tar file. So when we have to create the tar file, we have to write here tar-cvzf. This is the option that we have to specify here. So what it will do, it will create the file with the extension .tar, and the name of the tar file will be that name which will be entered by the user. For example, user enters file.txt, so the tar file will be file.txt.tar or file.tar. So lastly, it has to remove the file which is entered by the user. So when we have created the tar file, there is no need to store that file, the previous file, into your system. Alright, so this is the basic syntax of using the tar command. So in the else condition, we are printing on the terminal file not found if the user enters some file which does not exist in the given directory. So let me just save my script.sh file and let's go back to our terminal. Cd desktop script.sh. So on my desktop, I have multiple files. So I have a file here whose name is code.txt, and let's create a tar file of that. Alright, now you can see that it has created the tar file of code.txt, and it has removed the original code.txt file. So that is how you can create the tar files by using the bash commands from your script. So I hope you got my point. Now let's move on to our next script. The name of the script is create a zipped tar file. So previously we created the tar file, but now we have to create a zipped tar file. So there is nothing much difference while creating the tar files and zip tar files. All the things will remain same. We have to check for the file existence first. Then we have to write the tar command into our script like that, and the options will remain same, but the file extension will change now. Previously, the file extension was .tar, but when you have to create the zip tar file, the extension would be .tar.gz. So we have to write only gz in our previous command, and it will do the job. Alright, so we have a file here, output.txt. Let's create a zipped tar file. Output.txt. And you can see that it has created a zipped tar file for that. That is output.tar.gz. So that is all about creating the zipped tar file. I hope you got my point. Alright, so now let's move on to our next script. The name of our script is unzip a compressed tar file. Previously we discussed about creating the tar file, but now we will see that how we can unzip a compressed tar file. So this is our script for unzipping a compressed tar file. First of all, we are printing here on the terminal, enter the file name because we require the file in order to unzip it. In the if condition, we are checking if the file exists, then what it has to do, it has to unzip the file. To unzip the file, we have to use the tar command with the -xzf option. So here we have written tar-xzf, and after that we have written the file name, so it will unzip the compressed tar file. And if it does not find the file, then it will print on the terminal that the file not found. So let's copy our script into our script.sh file and try to execute our script. Cd desktop, alright, script.sh. On desktop we have a compressed tar file. The name of the file is code.txt.tar. Alright, so let's hit enter, and you can see that it has unzipped the compressed tar file and we have code.txt file here on my desktop. So this is the idea of unzipping the compressed tar file. You have to use the tar command for this purpose, but with the option -xzf, it will do the job. So I hope you got my point. Alright, so now let's move on to our next script. The name of our script is parse JSON file with JQ. JSON is a popular data format. It is used to store the data and exchange the data between your server and your software applications. For example, I have a student data, so I can store it into the JSON format, and later on I can exchange it with my server or software application. So JSON is the abbreviation of JavaScript object notation. The whole data is stored in the form of the object. So parsing the data is referred to reading the data. So for this purpose we use the JQ command in bash for parsing the JSON file. So let's see that how we can parse the JSON file with JQ command in bash. Alright, so this is our code to parse the JSON file with JQ command. I'm gonna paste this code in our script.sh file. So first of all, what we have to do, we have to enter the name of the file. It will read the file name and it will check if the file exists. And if the file exists, then it will print the content of the file on the terminal using the cat command. And after that we have JQ command. The JQ command will parse our JSON file. So when we say about parsing the file, it means that we are reading the data from the JSON file. So this JQ command will present the data on the terminal in a well formatted way so that we can read it in a good way. And if the file does not exist, then it will print here the file not found. So this is our JQ command to parse the JSON file. Let's go back to our terminal and try to execute our script.sh. So on desktop I have a file, a JSON file. The name of the file is example.json. So initially you can see that the data in the example.json file is in this way. Alright, so we have to parse it and we have to read the data. So the name of the file is example.json. So alright, you can see that now it parses the data and it prints its content on the terminal. So this is the JQ command. If you do not have installed the JQ command in your Linux system, then it will show an error. So make sure that you install the JQ command first. You can install it by using sudo apt-get install JQ command. Alright, so when you will hit enter, it will install the JQ command in your Linux system. I hope you got my point. Now let's move on to our next script. Print a specific field in JSON with the JQ command. Previously we see that how we can print the content of the JSON file with the JQ command. And in the JSON file we have multiple fields. So when we have to print a specific field or we have to fetch the data of a specific field, then we can do it with the JQ command. So for example, there are multiple sections in this JSON file: quiz, maths, and Q2. These are multiple sections. What if I have to get a specific data like Q2, question or options. So for getting any specific field, we have to write the JQ command like this. This is our code. Let me just copy it into the script.sh file. So first of all, we have to enter the file name. It will read the file name and it will check whether the file exists or not. So if the file exists and we want to fetch this data, quiz sport question 1 question. So if we want to fetch this data, that what is the question number 1 in the sport section, then we have to write it in this way, like quiz.sport.question1.question, or it could be any specific field. So the idea is that you have to separate the different sections of the JSON with the dot. Quiz.sport.q1.question. So it will return us this question, which one is correct team name in NBA. And we are choosing the JQ command here to pass this data. So let's go back to our terminal and try to execute our script example.json. Alright, so now it returns us a specific field, that is question, which one is correct team name in NBA. And for example, if we want to get this field quiz.maths.q1, so we have to change our script like this, quiz.math.q1.question. So now it will return us the first question of the math section. So 5 plus 7 is equal to, so this is the first question, as you can see here in example.json file. So this is how you can print the specific field data in JSON. Alright, so that was all about parsing the JSON file data. Now let's move on to our next script, which is about printing the CPU information with pseudo file system. A pseudo file system is a temporary file system in any Linux-based operating system. When we own our operating system or our laptop or computer, then this pseudo file system is created, and it stores the information of our CPU, our memory, and the other things. This pseudo file system is also called as the proc system. It is accessible by using the \proc. So in this script, we will see that how we can print the CPU info with the pseudo file system. So remember that the pseudo file system is the proc system. It is a temporary system. Whenever you will own your computer, this system will be created, and when you will shut down your system, all the information of this system will vanish. Alright, so this is our command to print the CPU information of pseudo file system. Let me just paste this command here in our script.sh. Alright, as I described earlier, that the pseudo file system is also known as proc system. So /proc, and proc holds the information of your memory, your CPU, your processes, and the other things as well. So cat command will basically print the content on the terminal, cat/proc/CPU info. It will return us the CPU information. So let's go to our terminal and try to execute our script.sh file. So this is the CPU information. The processors are 0, the vendor ID is Gen 1 Intel, CPU family is 6, model is 58, model name is Intel R Core i7, and the CPU is 2.00 GHz, and the stepping is 9. So all the information of the CPU is printed on my terminal. So you can also see the address size here, 36 bits physical and 48 bits virtual. It also shows the CL flush size, that is 64, and cache alignment, that is 64. So physical ID of the CPU is 0, siblings 1, core ID 0, CPU cores is equal to 1. So this is how you can get the information of CPU by pseudo file system. I hope you got my point. Alright, so now let's move on to our next script, which is print the memory info with pseudo file system. Previously we printed the information of CPU, and now we have to print the memory information with pseudo file system. So in order to print the memory information, we simply have to replace this CPU with mem info. Mem refers to the memory, Alright, so this is now our command. Let's go back to our terminal and clear our terminal. Alright, script.sh, and now it will print the memory information. The total memory of the system is this kilobytes, the free memory is this, the available memory is this. These are the total buffers, cache, and all the memory information by the pseudo file system is printed on my terminal. So what you have to do, you simply have to write a command /proc/memory info. So that was all about this bash example or bash script. I hope you got my point. Now let's move on to our next script, which is print mounts with pseudo file system. As we know that /proc system is known as pseudo file system. When we turn on our operating system, then the pseudo file system is formed, and when we shut down our system, the pseudo file system vanish. So now let's see that how we have to print the mounts with pseudo file system. Mount command is used to bind your hard disk drives or any storage device with your file system. So whenever you have to use any device or any storage device, first we have to mount it with the system using the mount command. So now in this script we are going to print all the mounts devices with the pseudo file system. Let's go to our script. This is our code for printing the mounts with the pseudo file system. It is stored in the /proc system. So cat /proc/mounts, it will print the mount with the pseudo file system. I have copied this script in my script.sh file. So let's go back to our terminal and try to execute our script. Script.sh. Alright, so it will show all the information of the devices that are mounted with the pseudo file system. For example, dev PTS, and it is showing all the information of the mounted devices on your terminal. So this is how you can print the mounts with pseudo file system. I hope you got my point. Now let's move on to our next script, print network stats with the pseudo file system. The network stats show that what are the networking devices that are connected with our operating system, and how the data is going, how much data we have uploaded and received. So the pseudo file system maintains a directory that is /net. Inside the /net directory we have netstat command. The netstat command does a job and it print out all the network stats on the terminal. So let me just open a terminal here and let's move on to /proc/net directory. So if we ls here, you can see that here we have a command netstat. So netstat, let's run this command. Excuse me for this. Alright, so now it shows all the devices, network devices on my terminal. And prints all the network stats. So the first protocol that our operating system is using is TCP. The received data is 0, the sent data is 0, the local address is Linux int, and this is the port number. This is the foreign address, this is the state. It is in waiting state. TCP on this local address with this foreign address is established, and similarly we have multiple devices here. So this is how you can print the network stats on your terminal using the pseudo file system. So let's try to run this in our bash script. This is our script. So I'm gonna copy it into my script.sh file and let's go back to our terminal. So here you can see that cat will basically print the content /proc/net/netstat. Alright. So script.sh. So it has printed all the information on my terminal. So I hope you got my point that how you have to print the network stats with pseudo file system, and that's it for this script. Alright, so now let's move on to our next script, the disk usage with DQ. Print disk usage with DQ command. The DQ command is referred to as disk usage command. This command prints that how much disk is used by all the processes, files and systems. It is also used to track all these files that are using the excessive memory or excessive disk usage. So let's see that how we can use the du command to print the disk usage. The du command is the short form for disk usage. It is used to estimate file space usage. The du command can be used to track the files and directories which are consuming excessive amount of space on hard disk drive. So let's see an example of this script that how we can use the du command in order to print the disk usage. Alright, so this is our command to print the disk usage. Let me just copy it into the script.sh file. So du is the command that we will use. So /home/linuxint/documents. So it will print the disk usage of particular directory, that is documents directory. And if I remove it documents directory, so now it will print the disk usage of my whole system. The name of my system is linuxint. So it will print now the disk usage of whole system. Script.sh. And you can see that the output is too big. It is not readable in human way. It is not easily readable. So now let's write here the name of specific directory so that we can get the sufficient output to read. Alright. So here you can see that my directory have 4 blocks. The bash scripting ebook/images have the 10,308 blocks. Alright, so the data is not printed in the human readable way, but it has displayed the total disk usage of specific directory. And similarly, if I can write here documents instead of downloads directory. So if I execute my script, now you can see that this is the information that I have got from the documents directory. This is the total usage. So there are multiple options that we can use with the disk usage command. For example, -s will present the summary of the total disk usage. If I write here -s and execute our script again, so this is the summary. I hope you got my point. Our next script is print disk usage in human readable way with du command. So previously you saw that the disk usage was printed in 108, 10323. It was not readable by human. We were not able to understand that what this output actually is, because the human can understand the output of the disk usage in kilobytes, megabytes or gigabytes. So let's see that how we can print the disk usage in human readable way with the du command. So as I stated earlier that we can use multiple options with the du command, as we use the -s option to summarize all the information. So to print the output of the du in human readable way, we have to use this option -h. It will print all the information in human readable way. So alright. Let's go back to our terminal and let's see that what is the output of this. So now it is pretty much clear that the documents directory have a total disk usage of 108 kilobytes. And if I remove this documents directory, so we will get the information about our whole system. Alright, so now you can see that it shows all the information in kilobytes and megabytes. For example, the home linuxint bash script ebook, it contains 12 megabytes. And similarly for the downloads directory, it will show the information. So let's execute our script, and now it shows the information that the bash scripting ebook images folder have 11 megabytes and all these things. So I hope you got my point that when you have to get the output of du command in human readable way, then you have to use -h option. Alright, so now let's move on to our next script, create file of specified size with dd command. The dd command is used to create the files or we can also create the file with the touch command, but it is not the topic here. The topic is the dt command. So dt command is used to create the files, and we can specify the size while creating the file, that it should not exceed 1 megabytes or 2 megabytes. And we also have to mention that how much blocks of memory it should create. So let's see this script. Alright, this is our script. Let me just copy this in script.sh file. Alright, so this is our script. First of all, we have written here dd. dd is our command, and it will create this in /dev/0. The of option is used to define here the name of the file, that is myfile.txt, and the count refers here to the number of blocks, that how much blocks will be created for this file in memory. So I just want to create one block, and the BS refers to the size of the file, and it is the abbreviation of block size. So I have written here 1024. It means that a file of 1 kilobytes will be created. With the count, if I write here 1024, so it will create 1024 blocks of memory, and 1 byte will be stored in one count. So I don't want to do that. I just want to store it into the one block, and here we have specified the size. If you want to create 2 kilobytes file, then you can write here 2048. Now it will create a file of 2 megabytes. Alright, so now let's execute our script. The size that we have defined is 2048. It means that the file size should be 2 KB. Alright, this is our myfile.txt. Go to properties, and you can see that the size is exactly 2 kilobytes. So this is how you can create a file of specified size with dd command. Alright, so now let's move on to our next script. Our next script is time disk writing with dd and time. In the previous script, we created a text file with the dd command of specified size, and in this script we will also notice the time of file writing. The dd command by default shows the time on the terminal which it takes to write the file. So for example, if we run our previous script, cd desktop script.sh, so now you can see that it is the time here 0.018. So this time is in seconds, that is taken by the dd command to write this file. But we can also add here O flag, which is equal to desync. So this option basically slow down the writing process of the file, and the time value will increase. So let's go back to our terminal and try to execute our script again. So you can see that it shows here 1 plus 0 records in, 1 plus 0 records out, 2048 bytes. It means that a file of 2 KBs is created in 0.015 seconds. So this is how you can use the dd command to notice the time of file writing. So let's move on to our next script. It is about send a mail with mail program. In this script, we will see that how we can send an email through our bash script. SSMTP is the protocol that is used to deliver the email from your computer to the mail hub. So first of all, we have to install SSMTP protocol on our Linux system. So open up your terminal and write here sudo apt install SSMTP. Enter your sudo password. So SSMTP is already installed on my system, but if you are installing it for the first time, then it will take a couple of minutes. So after installing the SSMTP, we have to open the configuration file of SSMTP. In order to open the file, write on the terminal sudo gedit /etc/ssmtp.conf. Alright, so now we have to configure this file. We have to add some data into this file. First of all, we have to define the route for SSMTP. That what is the email that we will use to send the email to the other emails or other respondents. So root is equal to test email tsep@gmail.com. This is the email that I have created for this purpose. After that, we have to define the mail hub. mail hub is equal to smtp.gmail.com, and we are using the port number 587. So you have to define the port number in this way. First of all, put the colon here and then write the port number. After defining the root and mail hub, we have to add the authentication credentials. So authentication user or auth user is equal to test email tsep@gmail.com in my case, but you have to write your own email. After that, you have to write your password of the email, which will be used to send the email to other respondents. For example, auth pass is equal to your password. We have to encrypt our email to get to the security issues. So that's why we have to write here the argument use *TTLS, which equal to yes. So basically it will enable the encryption on your emails. When the email will be delivered to the other person, then it will decrypt the email automatically. So these are the things that you have to add into your ssmtp.conf file. After that, you have to save it and close this file. So these commands will be provided in the description of this video. So you can copy these commands and write into your ssmtp.conf file, but don't forget to configure it by your own email. Alright, after saving the file, close it. This is our bash script to send the email. So ssmtp, after that you have to write your email address and you have to save your script.sh file. So let's go back to our terminal and execute our script. Alright, so now the terminal is converted into an email console. Write here the email address of the person that you want to send email, like test email tsep@gmail.com in my case. Now write here from and write the email now. And now write the body of your email. Hello, this is a sample email. Alright, before sending this email, go to your email application and you have to allow the less secure apps access. So in case of Gmail, go to your application, click on account. In the security tab, you will find an option here, less secure app access. So open it up and enable this toggle button, like allow less secure apps, it is on. So now this email address can get the email from the less secure apps. Alright, so after writing this, you have to press Ctrl C on your terminal or Ctrl D. Alright, so the email is sent. So you can see that I have received an email. So this is how you can send a mail with mail program. I hope you got my point. Let's move on to our next script, send a mail with mail program change subject. In this script, we will basically add the subject to our email. Previously, we sent an email without any subject, but now we will add the subject to our email. All the script will remain same. We do not have to make any change in our ssmtp.conf file or into our script. Our script will remain same, but you have to go to your terminal and execute your script. Add here to, write the email. Now add the from. Don't forget to put the space here. So put the space, write your email. In order to define the subject or change the subject of the email, you have to define the subject here. Subject, write the subject of your email, like this is sample email. And now define the body. Hello, I am sending a sample email. Now press Ctrl D and email is sent successfully. So let's go back to our email, and here you can see that the subject of the email is sample email. So this is how you can add the subject into your mail program. Alright, now let's move on to our next script. Send a mail with mail program to multiple recipients. So now we have to send the email to multiple people. So now let's see how we can do it. There is no need to change the ssmtp.conf file or your script.sh file. Just go to your terminal and execute your script. Right here to enter the email, and for adding multiple recipients you have to give the space and write another email like this, and for adding any other email in to, add one more space and write any other email address like this. Alright, rest of the procedure will remain same, like test email tsep@gmail.com. define the subject, hello, this is the body of the email, and now press Ctrl D and the email is sent to the multiple recipients. So this is email, the subject is hello, and in body we also have hello word. So I hope you got my point that you have to configure your ssmtp.conf file once, and you have to write ssmtp and your email address in your script.sh file, and the subject, to, from, and the message body will be added on the terminal. There is no need to change your script again and again. Alright, now let's move on to our next script. Send a mail with mail program to CC and BCC list. To send an email to your CC and BCC list, go to your terminal, execute your script.sh, write here to, and add the email address, from, write the email address here, alright, now add the subject of the email, hello, and to add the CC list in your email, write CC here, put the colon, give space, and write the email that you want to include in your CC. Alright, test email, and similarly for the BCC list, write here BCC and write the email address. Add the body of the email and now press Ctrl D. The email is successfully sent. So you can see that in CC we have test email tsep, and in BCC we have our email address. So this is how you can add the CC and BCC list in your mail program. I hope you got my point. Alright, so now let's move on to our next script. This is print mounts usage with df. As we previously discussed that the mounts are basically that devices that are linked with the file system to store some data or to store the files. Alright, so now in this script we have to print the mounts usage, that how much a mount device is used, and we have to do this task with the df command. The df command is used to print all the information that is related to the file system. So if we execute the df command, df, it will show the all mounted devices, all the information of the file system, and here you can see that this is our device udev, and it is mounted on /dev, and it is used 0%. So df command return all the information of the file system along with the mount usage. But if we write here df-a, so it will return all the accessible mounted devices with their information. Alright, so here you can see that these are our file systems. These are mounted on these directories, and this is the percentage usage. And similarly we can run this command in our script as well. So if I write here df with -a and try to execute our script on the terminal, so here you will see that we will get the same result. cd desktop script.sh, and you can see that we have got the same result. So this is the name of the directory where a particular file system or device is mounted on, and this is the usage in percentage. For example, this is tmpfs, it is mounted on here, it is mounted here, and it is only 1% used. I hope you got my point. Now let's move on to our next script, that is send a mail with mail program with encoded attachment. So in Linux there are multiple command line mail programs, like we can use the mail command, we can use the mut command and the other commands as well. Previously we did all the mail related tasks with the SSMTP, and now we are gonna use the mut command to send a mail with mail program with encoded attachment. So in this script, we will send an email which will contain any attachment. In order to use the mut command, first we have to install it into our system by using the command sudo apt install mut. So this is the command for the Debian based operating systems. If you are using any other operating system, then you can search the relevant command on the internet. Alright, this is the command. Enter your sudo password and it will install the command on your system. The mut command is already installed on my system, but if you are installing it for the first time, then it will take a couple of minutes. So now let's see how the mut command actually works. It takes multiple parameters. So first of all, this is our code. I'm gonna copy this code into our script.sh file and I will explain this code to you. Alright, so echo, this is the message body. So first of all, we have to define the body of the email. After that, we have to put this pipe sign and we have to write the name of the command, that is essentially mut, and -a option will attach the file. So here you have to give the full path of your file. For example, if the file is placed inside the downloads folder instead of your home directory, then what you have to do, you have to specify the full path like this, downloads/file.txt. So it will go to the downloads folder, it will search for the file.txt and it will attach it with your mail program. Alright, so file attachment is done. After that, the -s option defines the subject of your email. So the subject of the email is file attachment. After that, we have to put this double dash and we have to write the email of the recipient. So test email tsap@gmail.com, this is the email of the recipient. So when it will send the email successfully, it will print a message on the terminal that email is sent successfully. Alright, now let's go to our terminal and try to execute our script here. So script.sh, the email is sending and you can see that it has printed a message here, email sent successfully. So let's check our email. Alright, so you can see we have got the file attachment here to me and the subject is file attachment. This is the file.txt. Alright, file, let's change the subject again, file attachment. This is the message body 2 and send the email again. Alright, cd desktop script.sh, email sent successfully, and here you can see that again file attachment is the subject and we have got the file.txt, it contains this information. Alright, so this is how you can send the attachments with your email using the mail program. So mail program that we used in this script is mut command. I hope you got my point. Now let's move on to our next script, that is download web page with curl command. Curl is a command line tool to transfer data to or from a server using any of the supported protocols like HTTP, FTP, POP3, SCP and etc. Curl is very powerful Linux library. This tool is preferred for automation since it is designed to work without user interaction. So you just have to write the curl command. After that, you have to define the URL of the web page and it will download the web page and it will store it into a mentioned text file. So let's see that how we can download the web page with curl command. Let's go back to our script.sh file. Alright, so this is our script.sh file, and this is our script to download the web page using the curl command. In order to use the curl command, you have to write here curl. After that, you have to define the URL of your web page. And in my case, I have written here https www.google.com. And if you want to save this web page in any text file, then after writing double hyphen output, write the name of your text file like file.txt. So what this command will do, it will download the web page and it will store the output into a file, that is file.txt. So this is very simple process of downloading the web page using the curl command. Let's go back to our terminal and try to execute our command. But before executing your script.sh file, make sure that you have downloaded the curl command. So if you have not installed or downloaded the curl command, then write this command on your terminal, sudo apt install curl, and it will download or install the curl command on your system. So write this command, hit enter. The curl command is already installed on my system and it is in the newest version, but if you are installing it for the first time, then it will take a couple of minutes. Alright, so after doing this, execute your script.sh, and you can see that it is downloading the web page and it has stored the output in my output.txt file. Alright, so you can see that the output is stored into this file. So this is how you can use the curl command to download the web page. So let's change the URL and execute this command again for any other web page. linuxint.com. Alright, so we have changed the URL and let's execute our script again. Alright, in our file.txt it has stored the result. This is the result. So I hope you got my point. So let's move on to our next script. It is post to HTTP with curl. It means that we have some data in the file and we want to transmit this data into some web page or HTTP. Let's go back to our script.sh file. So when we have to post some data to any web page, then we have to use the curl command like this, curl-x option, mention here the -x option, and after that we have to write here post, because we want to post or transmit something from a file to any web page or any server. Alright, after that you have to write here -d @ and now write the name of the file, that is file.txt. So whatever stored in the file.txt will be transmitted to the given URL, and the URL is http www.google.com. that I have put this URL to demonstrate the working of curl command post to HTTP. Alright, this is my file.txt, this is the URL. Let's go back to our terminal and execute our script. So it will basically transmit the data of file.txt to http www.google.com. So the key point to remember here is that we have to write here post and -d. After that we have to write @ and we have to mention the name of our file. Alright, now let's move on to our next script, that is put command in background. So there are multiple ways for putting the command in background. However, the easiest way of putting the command in background is by using the AND symbol. So when you write any command on your terminal and you put the AND sign at the end of the command, it will run the command in the background. Alright, now you can see that the command is running in the background. And similarly, you can do this task into your bash script as well. Let's go back to our bash script and write here sudo apt update and it will do the job. So it is very simple to put the command in the background. The idea is put the AND symbol at the end of the command and it will work in the background. I hope you got my point. Now let's move on to our next script, that is resume command from background. So previously we put a command in the background. Now we have to resume the command from the background, and let's see how we can do it. The simplest and the easiest way to do this job is by using the fg command. Fg command will put all your background commands on the foreground. Fg is the abbreviation for the foreground. So let's execute another sudo apt update command with the background. Alright, and now let's write here fg, and you can see that it has put the command in foreground. So the idea is very simple. Write fg in your bash script, try to execute it, and it will do the job. So that was the idea of resume command from background. I hope you got my point. Alright, so now let's move on to our next script, that is execute last command again with bang bang. Bang bang is used to execute the last command. So let's see that what is bang bang command and how it works in Linux. I am writing here command sudo apt update, and it will update my apt repository cache. So this is the last command that we have executed, sudo apt update. So to execute this command again with the bang bang, we have to write on our terminal double victorial sign or exclamation sign. So this is the exclamation sign or bang bang command that I have written on my terminal. So hit enter, and you can see that it is executing the last command again, sudo apt update. So this is how you can execute your last command with bang bang. Now let's move on to our next script or next command. This is t command to print to file and screen. The t command is used to print the data on the terminal, and it also saves this data into another file simultaneously. So let's see the execution or working of t command in our bash script. This is our script.sh file. So in order to print the data on the terminal and to save it simultaneously in any other text file, we have to use t command like this. T -a is the option that is used to append the file. So in the file, if there is any existing data, so it will not be replaced. The t command will append the file and it will add the data at the end of the file. So t-a file.txt is the name of my file where we have to store the data. So let's save our script.sh and go back to our terminal. Script.sh. Now the terminal has become a console. So if I write here hello, it will print the hello on the terminal and it will save it into the file as well. So it has printed it on the terminal. If I write here Linux hint, so Linux hint is printed on the terminal and it is saved into the file as well. So to exit it, press Ctrl D. Let's open our file.txt, and you can see that the hello and Linux hint is saved in my file.txt as well. So this is how you can use the t command to print the data on the terminal and to store it into the file.
So this is it from this video. We hope you have liked this video and this video has helped you in understanding bash examples. In this video we have covered almost 200 plus bash examples. So if you have liked this video, keep visiting our website linuxin.com and don't forget to subscribe our channel. Thank you so much. See you in some other video.